Good afternoon. It is actually it's 3:06. And so we're going to start out with our workshop today.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, our first information item 1.1 is our construction bond sale number 1. And I'm going to turn that over to my colleague, Mr. Brown and Mr. Beardsley.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Paluski, members of the board. So what we have today is our information on our first construction bond transaction. Mr. Beardsley has conducted that bid. He's going to talk to you about that today and talk to you about the process of approving this bond transaction. We'll actually go over this today, but this will be a formal approval item on the regular board meeting at the 24th of this month. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Beardsley.
Thanks. Mr. Taylor, just as a little bit of background information, the school district cannot go to the local bank and get a loan for a project like this. Under state law, they're required to issue a bond, get the Department of Education's approval, and put out a bid package. And investors around the country come in and submit an interest rate that they're willing to loan the money to the school district. And we conduct that bid process for the school district, and we're going to go over the bids that were received yesterday. And then at the board meeting, the board will officially approve the documents and set the closing. Normally, I kind of do that in person, but I'm going to be out of town in 2 weeks, so the board's sort of indulging and letting me give a quick recap tonight. So if there's any questions, I can answer them, and you'll be set up for your regular board meeting.
Okay.
All right. So you have in front of you the information on the bond issue that we put out for bid yesterday. There is a federal regulation that bonds under $10 million get special tax treatment. That's to encourage investors to help out what's called a small issuer. And so we broke your bond issue into 2 parts. We did one part just under $10 million, so we could qualify for that tax treatment. And you really don't need the funds right now. And then we'll do the big bonds in early 2026, and they'll be under the regular tax treatment. So we put out for bid $9,995,000 worth of bonds. And you'll notice that we've already changed it in the title to $9,935,000. The winning bidder provided some cash to the school district. So in addition to the interest rate that they bid, they can add cash onto it to make their bid more attractive. And because they gave us more cash than I was expecting, it made us over $10 million. So we just reduced the amount that you're borrowing to stay under that $10 million cap.
Awesome.
So you received 4 bids, and I'm frankly pleasantly shocked at the winning bid. When we put together the bid documents, I used an interest rate of 4.69. When we started this process, a year and a half ago, I was estimating 4.5%. And as we've gotten closer to this date, I was afraid the payments would be a little bit higher than I was expecting. And I don't know what happened at R.W. Baird yesterday, but they were on fire. And they came out at a winning bid of 4.436. And the other 3 bids were about what I was expecting. Cardi was at second place at 4.60. Stiefel was at 4.61. And Ray J was at 4.63. So we had a quick call yesterday with the superintendent and Brian, and they verbally accepted the bid on the school district's behalf, which is one of the motions you've already approved. You delegated that authority to them. So the district has accepted that bid, and we're set to make a transfer to your bank account on July 30th at 10 a.m. Under the paragraph that says transfer of funds, this is just laying out, you received a good faith deposit from Baird to make sure that they keep their word and close on the transaction. And we're going to return that the day before closing and wire out the expenses. You have a pen if you want to circle the very last sentence. The balance of $9,773,021.62. That's the amount that the school district has to go into its construction fund. And then a lot of what's stapled in this packet is our friends over at the IRS want to remind you of a couple of things. The school district is borrowing this money and complying with federal regulations that allow you to issue tax-exempt bonds, meaning that anybody that buys your bonds does not have to pay federal taxes on the interest. And so the IRS puts some requirements or restrictions on us in exchange for that benefit. And the main ones are you're going to spend all the money within 3 years. You're going to spend it for the purposes listed on the ballot. You're going to keep good records. And you're going to submit your audit within 30 days of when it's completed. And within 90 days of the end of the school year, we will post your unaudited numbers so that an investor anywhere in the country can know every 6 months kind of what's going on with North Little Rock School District if they want to check up on their investment. And so that's all of the additional things that are attached about arbitrage. If Mr. Brown gets a great interest rate on the deposit during the construction, if it exceeds the bond rate of 4.436, then the IRS is going to think that that extra is theirs unless we comply with the spending restrictions. And again, that's what's attached. And I work with Mr. Brown to determine over the next 3 years, do we owe that or do we get to keep? And that's called arbitrage. You start paying this money back February the 1st of 2026, and then we'll go for the next 30 years. And the only thing that you will do in 2 weeks is we'll ask someone to read the final motion and then have you vote on that, and that be in the minutes. The next page is your debt schedule, and then the rest of the packet is all the fund regulations that I just gave you the summary of. I'd be glad to answer any questions, Dr. Redis.
On the final motion, how you have it written, that's the way the motion needs to be read.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
And who is currently secretary of the board? If it's all right, I will send you an email Tuesday or Wednesday of next week and check your schedule. Hopefully the attorney will have all the documents done. We'll arrange for a convenient time and place, bring those over. It takes about 15 minutes. You both signed all these fund documents before. It's about that thick when you borrow $10 million. And you get a free pen out of it. So the public knows that's your reward is a 98-cent pen. But we'll coordinate that with you so that when the board meets, we'll take all the originals. They get wrapped in plastic and shipped to New York, and then we'll be ready to close at the end of the month.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Okay, so is there about $100,000 worth of expenses to do this? Is that what I'm calculating, or did I?
Yes, so there are 3 main expenses that the school district pays out. One, we allow the winning bidder to take up to 2% of the bond issuance size in exchange for taking the risk. The moment that the school district accepts the bid, R.W. Baird is on the hook for $9,935,000. It doesn't matter what happens in the market or the world. They gave some of that fee back to us. They didn't take the full amount, and that's why we had this extra cash. Then you paid Moody's to rate the bonds, and they rated them AA2 based on the state intercept program. And then you pay our fee, and out of our fee, we pay the bond attorney, and the legal firm is the Friday Eldridge & Clark law firm.
Okay.
And the State Department of Education has to sign off after reviewing all expenses before we can close. So one of their duties in this whole process is when we submitted the application on your behalf 9 months ago, we have to provide a copy of the contract and all the expenses. And then next week, we will send them a breakdown of the wire transfer. They have to sign off on that as one of the documents for closing.
Okay. So I understand why we're doing this now. That is more palatable for the tax benefits and stuff, but should we end up? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Do we end up having these same expenses the next time? I mean, it's.
So on our expense in the legal, it's a percentage of the bond issue. So our fee goes down on the next one because there's $10 million less. Moody's fee is also based on the bond issue, so it goes down. And the winning underwriter can take 2% of the new reduced amount. So in general, there is some duplication of fees of about $30,000 to $40,000 by breaking it in two, but the tax benefit of doing the $10 million offsets that small duplication of fees between the two, doing it as two rather than one. And we set it up that way up initially to take advantage of the tax treatment.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm sorry that I'm going to miss you in 2 weeks. I'm serving on an exciting regulatory panel where we're going to talk about rules and the questions on the FINRA Series 7 exam for 2 days in a conference room with no windows. So I would really rather be with you, but I did agree to go do this, so I apologize for missing the July meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Redis, on the 24th board agenda, I will insert this agenda item. Will be labeled contract bond sales number 1. And then I will incorporate this final motion that's on the bottom of this first page. That'll be the verbiage of the motion that we would need read and approved at the 24th board meeting.
Got it.
Any other questions on the first information item? Okay. We'll move on. Madam President, members of our Board of Education, I do or would like to make a correction to our agenda. 1 point, and I know we don't have to take a motion, but we'll get it corrected. 1.5 says Capital Improvement Project, CIP. The correction, and I'll have that made by Ms. Colquitt, should say 1.5 Budget Workshop. So a point of clarity there. The next information item is 1.2, and that is the CIP Architect Contract Review. And I'll turn that over also to my colleague, Mr. Brown, and Mr. Beckett is here for any legal purposes. I think he's going to step back in.
Stepped out. And then I see James is here as well.
Yes.
Do I need to go up to the table? or
Yes, you
Yeah.
can come up
Yes.
to the table.
I tried.
I kept looking at you going, come on.
Yeah,
Because it's being recorded and it is live.
that's fair.
Remember to speak into
And
your
that's what I was gonna
microphone.
say, remember your
I normally
microphone,
get yelled at.
so everybody doesn't have to wave you down.
That's right.
Control the mouse and scroll.
I don't think I have anything else.
We have that. Okay. Okay. Well, that's what I was just looking at. How did I miss that? Okay.
Okay, so, agenda item 1.2, architect contract review. This contract is the architect's contract for all 3 projects. It is the North Little Rock Middle School project, Old Main renovation project, and the indoor facility project at the high school. I would just, the specifics, I mean, what I was interested in was the fee involved in it, and it is 6%. I would say that's the percentage that we negotiated in our first construction contract many years ago, back in 2010 and 11, when we started the capital improvement plan improvement project district-wide. So it is at 6%. And then it's loaded in there for you all to review. It's the standard, what they, I guess, refer to as the B101-2017 architectural contract. The information, the projects are listed on the cover page, but we'll entertain any questions that you may have about the contract. And this particular contract, we're asking that you all approve it at your special meeting later this evening. But we're here to answer questions for you if you have any at this time.
Anybody have any questions?
And I would point out as well, Mr. Beckett is here. This has been reviewed by his office as well, and he's here if you have any legal questions or contract language questions that may need to be answered.
It is on the when we go into the special board meeting, it's a action item, correct?
That's
Yes.
correct. It is an action item. Information for the workshop during this time.
Well, all right.
Okay.
Okay.
Hang on.
Perfect.
Let me, I'm debating on how to word this. So I know this states Taggart. And back in 2012, when we started the first remodel throughout the district, we stopped using one contractor. Does this talk about how we will possibly, hopefully not use that contractor any longer, or is this strictly Taggart? Okay, you're fine, because we stayed with them the whole time. But I also saw on this next bid, well, I'll ask Nat Holtz when they step up, so, okay, thank you.
Natalie, are you talking about subcontractors? Because
Yes,
we've
it-
already approved the contractors.
Yes, you are correct. I believe it was a subcontractor from last time in 2012. You and I feel like we're on the same page with that. Yep,
Okay.
it was a sub. Thank you for that language.
You confused me.
Wasn't hard. I'm all set. I'm good on this.
So who is your point of contact? for-
Your point of contact will be me.
I'm talking about yours in the district. Who?
Oh, ours within the district?
Uh-huh.
I think that is kind of to be determined. We have currently been working through Brian Brown for financial matters, and we've been working with Chief Stanger for programming and school coordination matters.
Okay.
I guess it's kind of sort of a question, yeah. We had discussed you guys being on, I guess, Dr. P can answer that, being on every meeting for informational, because one of the things that we said we would do, and I expect for us to do, is to be transparent
Yes, ma'am.
about the whole process. And so that was one of my requests,
Sure.
is that at every meeting that someone updates us on, it
Yes.
doesn't have to be on all three projects, but we need to be talking about it at every meeting.
Yes, ma'am. And just for a point of clarity for me, are we thinking every regular board meeting? Are we including workshops in that?
That'd be up to, how would you like us to provide it?
As often as possible. It can be, that part is
We
is
just leave it up
fine.
to
It's
us,
just that
yeah,
I
sure.
believe that the public needs to hear what's going on at least once a month. If we can do it twice, if something comes up, because
Yeah.
I know once construction starts, it's gonna be a lot of moving parts.
Yes, ma'am. And so before construction starts, there's a lot of paper and a lot of text and a lot of not very exciting stuff. We have probably a great amount of content for the next 2 months as we determine the design and we make decisions. And then there's going to be a little minute of pause when we figure out how all the things fit together and draw the instruction manual for the contractors. But we'll work with the district to come here as often as possible to update you guys.
And Dr. Rhodes, I'll just say, we will put it on every, whether it's a workshop or a regular meeting, and then if we don't have anything, we'll update you. I know we'll start at the next regular meeting because we're already planning the new bus routes for the middle school. Nabholz is going to start the fencing process. I've reviewed that with Colonel Stanger the other day. That will start the beginning process, so we'll start at our next meeting.
Not a drawn-out report,
Nope.
just
Sure, some bullets, some high-level overview of where are
Correct.
we with our
So that
three
the-
construction projects, whether
so
we
that the
talk about all
public
three
will
of them.
know
or-
what's going on.
Yes,
Yeah, we'll
ma'am.
make sure that you have a good, concise project update for each one.
That's it.
Okay, so I'm probably gonna say something not popular, but, you said you're still working on designs. Have we worked with the teachers and such on?
Yes, ma'am. For the last month and a half, we've been meeting regularly and almost exclusively with the principals and select staff as they bring them on to make sure that we understand their school's program versus what the state dictates. And so we're in the midst of kind of collating all of that and presenting that to district leadership so we can make some value-based decisions on who guides us along that way.
Okay, because my experience, and this may not be true, we have all those stairs for sitting in the high school. What do you call that?
Learning stairs.
The learning stairs, and I've never seen them used. And I don't know, maybe they're used more, but I've never seen them used. And I'm thinking there's a lot of heating and cooling and cleaning and stuff that probably could have been taken out of the building. I don't know. Are they used? Am I missing it? I've never seen them used.
I've seen students use them, but I don't think as it was intended when it was designed, they're being used that way.
Okay.
But we will. We just literally met before this meeting on looking at what the principal's wish list was versus what reality is going to be, because we have to stay within a budget.
Okay.
So right now we're looking at square footage and wish lists, and then we're going to come back to you and keep you updated on where we are.
Okay. And in that, we're looking at operational budget after the building is occupied, like the type of surfaces to clean and that type of thing.
Yes, ma'am. We've had a full and healthy discussion with Isaiah Washington and all of his staff about building maintenance and life cycle. What do they like to see? What do they not like to see? How do they maintain it? What are they trained on? And so that was with us, Nabholes, and our full bevy of engineers. And it was really a great discussion. So I think there's a lot of great lessons learned to come out of it so that we can make sure that the building is set up success for the next 20 years.
All right, thank you.
So
that-
this is the
that
type
did
of
include-
discussion, I'm sorry, this is the type of discussion that I was talking about, because that's what's happening, is the outside world doesn't know that you're already meeting
Yes, ma'am.
and this is going on. The public needs to know things are happening.
Absolutely.
I just, of course, have to mention glass and windows again in that
Yes,
discussion.
ma'am.
Chief Fink's been involved as well, Ms. McLean.
Okay.
We've had
great.
a lot of discussion about it.
Great.
Any other questions?
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving right along, information item 1.3, the CIP and Nabholz North Little Rock Middle School General Contractor or Contract Review. And Mr. Brown, I'll turn that over to you, and with Mr. Beckett, our Chief Legal Counsel, for support as needed.
All right. The next item is our general contractors contract. That the contract and the general terms have both been loaded into your portal for your review. The GC contract proposes a 4.5% fee. And then we also have representative from Nabholz here if you're interested in asking questions, and Mr. Beckett here as well if you're interested in asking questions. This contract, again, has been through review by Mr. Beckett a couple of different times, and the version you have is the one agreed upon by both parties. So
That's also the one that's on the agenda tonight
that's correct.
to be voted on.
That's correct. Let me just talk to you about that time frame. Now, the project that is most important in terms of the partnership funding is the middle school project. That is the one that we were funded on. They require that you execute a general contractor's contract within 2 years of being awarded those funds. We were awarded those funds on July the 20th, 2023, and it took us, there was a period of time where we were planning for the millage. We attempted the millage in November of 24. We were successful in May of 25. This, now our deadline for getting this contract executed into the Department of Ed is, of course, July the 20th, 2025. That's why we have, since the passage of the millage, we've been working on the language of the contract, getting that reviewed, and getting it here for you for your approval tonight. So we're going to talk about it now. We'll ask for your approval of this at tonight's. If all of your questions are satisfied, we'll ask for you all to approve that tonight. We'll execute it and get it delivered by Thursday to the Facilities Division, and that will lock in our funding for the middle school project.
Any questions?
What is
Yeah,
the warranty
it's mine.
in the contract?
Yes, I'll let, yes, sir, if you don't mind. We have a microphone, and it's being
Yeah, it doesn't
recorded
have
and
a
aired
time.
and all that good stuff.
And Mr. Taylor, you kind of talk softly, so I need you to talk in the mic.
Sir, what is the warranty?
Required by Arkansas law, there's a 1-year warranty from the date of substantial completion. We've had projects before where we've been able to provide extended warranties, but those sometimes have costs associated with them because subcontractors have to base their bids of extended warranties. So we feel like it's a better approach to do it during the bidding phase, put it as an option on the bids where we can take a look at what that cost is, to extend it to 2 years or 3 years if there's a cost. There's also certain manufacturers of especially HVAC equipment, electrical equipment, that just won't provide extended warranties. You can't buy an extended warranty on some of those things. So then the subcontractor would have to factor in, if something happened in 2 or 3 years, would they have to buy and replace that piece of equipment? So again, I think it's a better approach to take it during the bid. It's in a competitive process. If they're wanting the job and we're asking them to extend that warranty to 2 or 3 years, I think we'll get better pricing that way.
And we had this discussion with Nabholz about an additional warranty period beyond 1. And this, just in review with Nabholz and legal counsel, this is what we came up with. The best scenario financially for us was to not do blanket like a 2 or 3 year warranty on the front end. We would price this as we go and as we bid and make that part of the competitive process.
I would like to clarify one other thing. There's certain things that do have longer warranties. Roofing warranties are typically 20, 30 years. There's certain pieces of equipment that'll go 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. And obviously, working with the architect firm, we'll make sure those get in there and that those are applied. And as for ourselves, I mean, we don't ever go away. You're not going to get a bill from us 5 years down the road for us to come out and take a look at a problem that you're having and enforce that roofing leak warranty, or even something that's not warranty that we can take care of.
Look forward to having that conversation.
Yeah, I've been with Nabholz for 38 years. We've had a lot of those conversations.
Did I do all right?
You did wonderful.
So I was looking this over, and Mr. Beckett, you may give me the point of clarity. Coming back to, again, warranty, uncovering and correction of work. We're on page 36 for those who want to follow along, Article 12 and 12.2, 12.22.2. So I just wanted to inquire, is this 1 year of completion of work? Does our 1 year warranty begin? Do they run consecutively? Are we waiting until completion date before we start our 1 year? Or is it like 9 months into you guys being almost done and then we find something and then we're like, oh, we're 9 months into that year? So I just wanted to clarify.
So the warranty typically starts at the date of substantial completion, and that's defined as when the building's occupied for its intended purpose. So when we have the school completed, we have all the tests done, we have all the inspections done, we've gotten the certificate of substantial completion, certificate of occupancy from the city, that's when that warranty starts. Again, there might be some punch lists. A good way to look at this is we get the building done, you're occupying it, but we have problems with lights that are under warranty. Those take 6 weeks or 8 weeks to get. So obviously, that warranty would start right then, but we would still have the opportunity to come back in and replace those lights. It doesn't restart or re-kick the warranty, though.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be publicly stated, known that we are worried or concerned about the warranty.
Mhm.
We've done this before. We want to make sure that we're doing things correctly and moving forward. I have 100% faith in your company. If I didn't, you would not have received my vote. So thank you for that. And we look forward to a long process with you guys.
We do too. Thank you.
Okay. Well, go ahead, Dot.
Oh, I was gonna ask you about 10.37.
On the contract or the
It's
GCs?
on page 33.
33?
Oh,
That would be on the GCE. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, if you look at, would you explain that to me, please, so I can have a clarity? Because I know when you get into the schools over there, middle schools, you're gonna run into asbestos
Mhm.
and everything else. So would you explain where do you all stand with that? You said the contractor shall perform no work rendered less by the owner's obligation. So would you explain that, please?
Yeah.
Because as old as the building is, I know there's gonna be some contamination
Yeah.
and some issues.
Yep. So when it comes to asbestos in an existing building, that's a building you own. We don't, there are asbestos companies that specialize in removing asbestos. We also rely on you guys to have those reports that show us what's in those buildings, but our people are also trained to keep an eye and look out for that. We do have an asbestos abatement company that's capable of doing that, and so if you choose to use our company to do that survey or to do that abatement, we can certainly work with you on that, or you can take bids on that, or if you already have another company that does that, that's fine too. But within the construction contract, we're not responsible for the asbestos in the existing building. We are responsible to, if we find it, call it to your attention and then work with you on how to get that taken
We
care
have to do it.
of. No, we'll work with you on how to get that taken care
You'll
of.
work with it, but we'll have to do it,
Yes.
the
Yeah,
monetary.
and within the contract, when we set up a budget, we usually try to point out like, hey, let's take a look at your asbestos report and what budgeted amount should we have in there for that, whether we do it or somebody else does it.
It'll be part of the construction overall budget, the asbestos removal. The
Okay.
abatement, it'll be included in our
It'll
budget.
be included in the contract that we have. Okay, because although we know we have a contract for X number of dollars, but then I know that there will be issues that would arise, but when they got to that issue, that's why it was so important. And knowing the age of that building and the condition
yeah.
that it's in, that was my concern.
There's even buildings that were built after 1980 that have it that you would never think would have had it, so, yeah.
If I understand correctly, did we get some information about how they think that maybe the situation there with the asbestos may be a little better than we thought it was gonna be at the middle school?
Yes,
At
in
that
the
building?
auditorium
In the
section, in
auditorium.
the 500 building, that was what was indicated to me. I believe either James or Brom one had indicated that the abatement report that came back was better than expected on the building. There's still some there. We'll still have to deal with it, but it was better than expected.
Yeah, and, I mean, that's already being discussed and already being scheduled, is the abatement of that building prior to us doing the demolition.
Right. Yes, sir.
So for clarity, when we get the amount, the final amount that it's gonna cost to build a building, in that amount, there will be a line for 100,000 for abatement. I'm just visualizing.
Yeah, not within our contract, but within the overall, just like there's architect fees, there's our construction costs and GMP, there's a line item for asbestos abatement, there's a
Okay.
line item for FF&E furnishings. So in the overall budget of the project, that will help you guys manage along with the architect.
So
There'll a
it'll
line.
be there, but
Yes.
we don't necessarily have to use it if it's not necessary, if
That's
I'm making
correct.
sense.
Correct. That's
So
what's
we
right.
may have that money left over that we don't use.
Or you could transfer it and use it for other
Gotcha.
FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Or
Gotcha.
you may have something that comes up that was unexpected down the
Gotcha.
road where we may have to use it for a
Gotcha.
different purpose. It can be repurposed
Okay.
or saved, either
Gotcha.
way.
And I hope I always have a little money left.
That's the goal.
That's the goal.
Okay, I want to go back to warranty. And I don't know, this is just because we've had two things that, in my opinion, it was a contractor issue. One was a pipe that froze at Glenwood, and when they got in there, there was no insulation around that. And I'm like, that seems like something the contractor did wrong. There should have been insulation. And yet, here we are having to foot that bill and pay it. And then the band room, just water coming in there, water coming in there, water coming in there. It seems to me that that's something that construction did wrong if the water is coming in that building, and yet here we are having to pay that bill. So I mean, if there's negligence in the contracting process, what is our remedy? Because we've been, and maybe it wasn't, I don't know. I'm just saying, when I see those bills, I'm like, why do we have these bills? We shouldn't have leaking band rooms and breaking pipes because there's no insulation.
There's language in the contract on liability and whose fault it is and who's responsible for it. Certainly, if it's something that the contractor's fault, there's language in the 201 and the 133 both that would hold us accountable. Just something that didn't have, even pipes that have insulation, they'll still freeze if they're not properly heated. So there is cases where even something like that, it could be, apologizes for James, it could be a design issue, but could be a construction issue. But yes, we'll work that out. And if we're responsible for something, we're gonna stand behind it. That's what, we've got insurance, we've got contract language that hold us responsible.
Okay, then, what I would like to ask you again, in that you have to have, I know you're the contractor, and you have to hire subcontractors.
Mm-hmm.
In the process of hiring subcontractors, it's like I refer back to Ms. Temple's question, that if you have electricians or air conditioned people, how do you all go about, I know you're a reputable business, but people putting in stuff, because I know as contractors you build, but you still have people that are qualified in every field that you have in construction. So how do you all go about choosing people that you feel that are qualified? It's just like I keep hearing them say the leak in the building. Well, the leak in the building, you had to have a certified air conditioned person to put that in.
Yep.
So it wouldn't have nothing to do with your building. So how do you all go about it? You have to bid those persons in? You be looking at who's the cheapest or who's the best?
We look at the most qualified and the best value.
Okay.
And so to help determine that, there's a qualification process that we have that they have to meet. When we initially work up the list of who's gonna bid the project, we share it with the school, we share it with the architect. So if there's a contractor that you've had problems with in the past, we're gonna make sure that we don't include them in that bid process. When we get all the bids together, we're gonna verify that they got the scope covered, we're gonna verify they got proper insurance, we're gonna look at their qualifications, we're gonna look at their workload, what superintendents and project managers are they putting on that job, and make a recommendation on who we think is the best qualified, along with price. And we're gonna come back to the school and say, here's all the bids we got, list them out, you'll see all the numbers. Using HVAC, for example, hopefully we have 6, 8 bids there for you to look at. And we're recommending using this person, this is why. And so y'all will have that final say with the architect's input, and we do all the legwork to get to that point.
Thank you, justification
Yeah.
for the hire. Thank you very much.
Yeah. On top of that, when they're doing their work, we got a very stout, robust QMS policy, quality management system. There's pre-install meetings, there's first work inspections by our people, by the subcontractors, there's photos they have to submit, in addition to the architect and city inspections. So that's, once they're on board, it doesn't stop there.
Okay, thank you.
I guess this is a Jay Beckett question. If we had something like, if we went back over the water that's coming in the band room and they said they built it to specs, is there anything in the architect contract to hold them accountable for the problems with that? I mean, do we have any remedies in the future?
James, I'm gonna need a sign off on this design.
Yeah, Ms. Temple, that's one of the main things we look for in these contracts. These contracts are standard forms that are used in public sector and private sector construction projects throughout the country and literally the world. And what we do is make sure that we have, in case there is some negligent work by either the architect or the contractor with respect to the design or the construction work, we're protected under these contracts, both by, making claims against the insurance carriers that they have, or by downward adjustments to their compensation for costs we've incurred. And, we've got multiple files open around the state of situations where we're representing districts who are involved in those processes because they've got, moisture issues or, roof issues or those different kinds of things. So yeah, those are addressed in the contract language that protects us.
Okay, how long, because I guess I don't know how long the high school was doing that before we had a problem, but I guess we didn't follow any remedies, but if we've already paid and everything, I mean, how does that work? Does that,
So what happens there is, if an issue comes up, it needs to be within the applicable statute of limitations, which for Arkansas, the longest statute is going to be a 5-year statute because we've got a written contract, and arguably the issue constitutes a breach of contract. And you've also got a 4-year statute and a 3-year statute.
okay,
But typically, the problems come to our attention within those timeframes.
okay, so
Not
then
always, but
then
most
it's on us as soon as we see a problem to deal with it.
We absolutely.
Okay.
I have a question since I keep hearing about the band room being flooded out. Mr. Architect from Taggart, could you verify contractor sources of what, so I can hear, so I want to hear that conversation no more about the band room. What was the issue where we paid for the damage that was done? Because I know we've been paying Milton continuously for about a period all over the district. But would you clarify that, please, on the Old Main High School? Who was responsible?
Now, the band room and Old Main High School are two different things that we're speaking of.
I know the band, but that, I keep hearing the calling about it, but as an architect, when you all looked at it, whose fault was it?
So I will say, I don't personally have that information. My partner, Brom Cahey, was the member of our firm involved with inspecting that and doing the construction administration during the construction of that. So I don't have firsthand knowledge. You'd have to let me go back to the office, and when he's back in town, I can look into it a little bit more to help you guys identify what the potential source of the issue was, and if that was from a drawing state, if that was from a construction state, or if it's just how buildings age over time. I don't have enough information to guide you one way or the other at the moment.
Okay, I think as a board, we need the clarity of where it was, who was responsible, contractors, subcontractors, or whatever, clarity. Because I do know that we are paying dearly for the damages done to the band room. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think
And
that's...
I know it's too late now. Insurance is, we've lost that warranty on it some years ago, and perhaps it's the fault of the previous person in maintenance that did not keep the survey up. We have to hire good people to keep up and look at your buildings, and this was a problem. So, but for my knowledge, I would appreciate that, because to think that a building contractor, whether it's Snapco or whoever, that to me would clear my mind, so that the board itself, we need to know answers, okay?
Yes, ma'am, and I
And
have
I
one
appreciate
comment.
you. Yes.
That discussion, not about this particular issue, but that was a big part of what we talked about with Isaiah Washington and his staff as we proceed in designing and constructing these projects, is helping develop a manual of best practices for building life cycle procedures, so that we can kind of codify how often we should be looking at things, who should look at it, when we would get involved, when the contractor would get involved, so that we have a rule book that you guys can follow, because you want to use these buildings for 50, 60, 70 years.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
You're so articulate and didn't talk long.
I try to be concise.
Mr. Taylor?
Now, sir, what's your name again?
Mark Solberg.
Martin.
Yeah.
What is your policy or your practice when something comes up that the school didn't know about, the contractors didn't know about, the designers didn't know about, but hey, we got a problem. What is do you have something built, or is that something that's also in the contract? But I'm afraid, or that there might be something that happens. I just want to know, how do you handle that?
Are you talking about like during construction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we have regular OAC meetings. They could be weekly, they might be bi-weekly, and then we keep track of things. So when something like that comes up, we bring it to the attention of the team in that OAC meeting, and we talk about, hey, how are we gonna handle this? In a job this size, there would be a contingency, so that might fall under the contingency where everybody agrees, like, hey, nobody foresaw this problem or issue, it's nobody's fault, let's pay for it out of the contingency. It's included in the GMP. By the way, on a contingency like that, whatever's left at the end goes 100% back to the school, doesn't be kept, no percentage is kept by us. So, I mean, our approach is always to bring it out to the team, let's talk about it, let's see what's the best way that we can work this out.
Okay.
I want to add to that, Mr. Taylor, that just a couple of weeks ago, or last week, they're all running together, our team from North Little Rock School District met with the entire Nabholz team for about 4 hours. We've created a mission. We talked about protocols. What do we expect of the contractor? What do they expect from the owner? What do we expect from the architect? I will tell you, in that 4 hours, we did a lot of work that provided clarity around communication channels. How much should the larger team be meeting on a quarterly basis? How do we handle if there's a dump truck in the bus lane? Who do we talk to? And so I do appreciate Nabholz starting that process with us so we can think about this on the front end, because things are going to happen. And what's that protocol? And the big thing comes down to communication, is making sure that everybody on the team is communicating in a timely manner.
Okay. Thank you.
That leads to the question that I was going to ask. If memory serves me correctly, during the interview, there was some program or system that you guys had where you get to see as things are happening.
Oh, that's the weekly, there's,
So, I mean, it's a project sharing, information sharing software. Procore is one of the things that the district has access to. That's how the architect and us communicate with RFI submittals, current drawings. Our subcontractors have access to some of that information, not as much as we all do, but they can access RFI answers, submittals, drawings, stuff like that. That's on making the project go. Some other things we do is we provide a weekly update on our project. So you'll get emails and you tell us who you want them sent to, but there'll be a list of, hey, this is what happened this week, here's some job site photos, here's what's coming up next week. Maybe there's some changes to the fencing that we need to make sure that's coming up that everybody's aware of. So we'll communicate that report on a weekly basis too.
That's what I would like for each board member to receive, so when we're out in the public
of course.
and get asked questions, we have some knowledge.
So what we were thinking is we would include that in your weekly board report, or would you like it as a separate? We thought we'd include it since we've got we'll have a whole construction section for you. Once we get those updates, we'll make sure that's loaded for you. And then when we have these board workshops, we'll bring the bigger picture items.
That works. Just look at it weekly in the weekly report, that's fine, just so that we have something.
Absolutely.
That no matter which board member is at Walmart and get asked a question, we have some answers.
We also talked about in our collaboration meeting, like we have the top 5 things you need to know this week, top 3 things you need to know about our construction projects each week. We'll be working with our communication office. That way that'll go out to everybody in our community.
Awesome.
What schools were you involved in when we were building in 2012?
In 2012, 2012, I was at Crystal Bridges, but just started Costot River Schools, came back here. Conway Schools was just starting up their 8 new, they did all their elementary schools, did safe rooms out there. They built a new Sally Cone Elementary, or Ida Burns Elementary. Sally Cone was a renovation and an addition. So in that 2012 to 2015 period, those were some of the schools that I was personally involved in. But I know our company, I mean, we're a large K through 12 contractor. We do, a lot of projects in the Little Rock area. We're just wrapping up Little Rock Central and about to start their baseball fields. Maumelle Charter was probably after that time. The new Maumelle High School building was after that 2012 timeframe you're talking about.
Were you talking about our in-district projects?
Yes.
She's wanting to know which schools in our district were you all
Oh, Luke
involved in?
Sheastel did one of your elementaries, and I don't remember which one it was, because
Meadow Park.
what's that?
That's a metal plug.
Do you remember which one Luke was on? I can
The
find that out.
architect back there, he knows.
Yeah.
That would be my partner, Braun.
No,
James
no,
wasn't
yeah,
with him
he's
yet.
always with you.
I apologize, because
My guess was they were Ridge Road, but I just don't recall.
what's another elementary?
Huh? Oh, you all did Indian
Ridge Road
Hills?
Elementary.
Ridge Road.
It was 2 or 3 that you all had.
I think we were on 2, because I know
Uh-huh.
Luke Sheastel was the superintendent on one of them, and I'd have to find out who the other one was.
But you were good. Okay, no comment. Thank you. Good job.
I would like to clarify, at the very beginning, you said it was a 4.5% construction fee, and that's correct, but there is also a 0.25% pre-construction fee.
Yes, yes.
And wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that.
Yes, there is I did note that in the contract as well.
Okay, point of clarity, is that on the final cost or projected cost, or?
That's off the GMP, so once we establish a GMP.
Okay.
Any other questions?
All right, thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Action item 1.4 is the North Little Rock High School construction classroom and minimum equipment classroom remodel contract review. And I'll turn that over to my colleague, Mr. Brown.
Let me, James, would you mind joining me with that one? So our high school CTE program, they've started a construction program. And with that construction program, the state requires minimum equipment available to be available to the program itself. That's things like certain power equipment, overhead garage doors that open, emergency eye wash stations, things of that nature. So the high school, Dr. St. Louis had selected a room that we would modify in order to meet the minimum equipment standards for the construction program. And she's been working with Taggart on those drawings, and then Nabholz has provided the estimate that's included in your packet on executing that and making that a reality this summer for the program. So I guess we could answer questions you have, or look at or let James walk you through. Let's see. Floor plan. Here we go.
Sure. So, in general, this is taking an area where they already have some 3D printers and some creative processes, and are adding woodshop capabilities to be able to meet the minimum criteria. And so there's some power upgrades that are in there. There's some reels to have power above the ceiling that can be pulled down. And kind of the most notable thing is there is a new overhead coiling door that's required by the state that would be installed in the corner of the room, and then the drive portion necessary to get up to the overhead door. And so this is in Tower C.
So for clarification,
Yes, ma'am.
that is right beside the stadium entrance, because the stadium entrance gates are right there within that photo, so that's Tower C.
Right.
So we're going to knock out that wall, put in our gate, our overhead door, as you called it. I'm going to assume that we're going to fix that landscaping there, because when it rains really hard, all that gets washed down and around and in our walkway into the stadium there. And then I'm going to assume, Brian, looking at you, that we have already looked at the area in Tower A where the parking deck is. There is a large garage door there already in an area by that gated storage. Have we looked at that and considered that? Does that even come into play?
Well, this equipment has to be available to us in a classroom setting, and that garage door there in Tower A is not a part of a classroom setting. So this, all the power upgrades, this equipment, this is required to be accessible in the classroom, the construction classroom. So,
Okay, so my follow-up to that is, have we looked in Tower K, where the black box is at? We also have what I'm gonna call a garage door there that we've not, in my opinion, utilized. So have we considered that area as well for classroom space, considering we're already using it for theater? And please, Mr. Shipman, don't come for my head.
I do not know if that is a classroom space. I do not know if Dr. St. Louis has considered that. We'd have to ask her that. I don't know.
Sure, let me jump in here.
Sure.
I think I might know a couple things, and I'll have to verify this with Dr. St. Louis. The construction program's growing. We've added our second construction teacher. Therefore, it is my understanding that space that you're referring to is currently being utilized for the construction program because it has the overhead door, which would be one of the requirements to meet the minimum classroom requirements. So I believe this would be the second classroom that we would be utilizing in the growth of the construction program in that academy.
Okay, very good. Look forward to all the concrete.
All right. That was the easy part too.
Well, my question is,
Now, wait a minute, I want my concrete.
Is this on?
Yeah.
Billy Mayfield with Napolds. So our special projects division priced this. I walked it with them. When we walked it, we were not aware of landscaping that was out there. So, and Brom may have not been aware of it either at the time. So this price does not include any landscaping up there. So I just
Okay.
wanted to clarify that.
Well, and your comment about landscaping is mainly the ground covering that's washing out now, currently.
Which, if you'll go back to that photo, there is mulch within that photo, and I'm referring to that mulch that needs to be completely removed. And I understand you're gonna make a ramp. I mean, that makes sense to come in, and I'm assuming we're gonna put like a small forklift or whatever in there, whatever it may be. So outside of that ramp, I'm gonna need something on either side to where water does not get in the way and deteriorate. Because we all know what water can do, right? We've all seen the Grand Canyon? Okay. So water can be, yes, dangerous. We'll use that word.
We can go back and review that portion of scope and see if there needs to be any additional recommendations.
Very good. I'm satisfied with that. Thank you.
my question is, we've been talking about our projects for which we got the millage passed, and now we're talking about something at the new high school, and the funds listed here that is coming from the building fund. This doesn't have anything to do with our projects from the millage.
Good job. Thank
So I
you.
just wanted to make that clear.
Good job.
That's correct. This would be separate from our 3 projects that we have,
Good
you know,
clarification.
using the bond money for the millage. That bond money is going towards those 3 projects that we had. This will come out of our building fund, which is, you know, the funds that we have put aside for not only those 3 projects, but for the upkeep and modification of our buildings if needed.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good clarification. Thank you, Valerie.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'm all set. I'm satisfied. Anyone else?
Okay. Okay,
Thank you all.
thank you. Good. Okay.
Dr. Paluski, would you like to, you had mentioned at some point we wanted to take a break. This might be a good place
Yeah.
to take that break if
Would
we
you like
want
to
to.
take a 10-minute break as we'll transition? Is that amenable by the board?
We will be off air for 10 minutes. We are back in session.
Okay. Madam President, members of our Board of Education, per your request, information item 1.5 is a budget workshop, and as we know, by law, the board has to approve a budget by the end of September, so this is a really good time as we've gone through the spring, as we go forward, and there's certainly, as you know, we're going to provide an update. There's some potential changes coming from the federal government, so Mr. Brown and his staff will provide an update on that as well. So, Mr. Brown, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Thank you. So what we're doing today, we're going to give you 3 updates regarding finances. The first item we're going to cover today is the capital improvement project budget. And I have updated numbers for you that were on July 1, 2025, so the first of this month. And I thought we would take a look at this budget and just walk through it. You've seen this before because we had a public-facing budget that was released as part of our campaign process where we talked to the public about our expected revenue, expected expenditures, and I have updated this just to reflect our recent savings. So if you'll notice, the changes here is on R1, and just as a review, the green area is our revenue section. The yellow area is the bond information, as the bond funds that we'll use. And you all just heard information from Scott Beardsley on 10 million of that 70 million total. So we referred to this bond transaction as number 1. We will bring back to you at the beginning of 2026 construction bond transaction number 2, which will be for the remainder of that 60 million that we'll be talking about in 2026. So we're breaking this up into 2 transactions for the tax benefit that Mr. Beardsley was talking about. And so if we'll look at the revenue section, the green section, R1, the building fund balance as of 7/1/2025 was 44.689 million. Now, if you'll notice R2, which was on our first public document that we did, that line is gone. That's because it referenced projected savings from fiscal year 24, and that has already been, we've already done fiscal year 24, and that building fund balance as of 7/1, so our line R1 there, the 7/1/2025 balance of the building fund includes those funds that were projected out there, and that R1 line originally had a 2023 date on it. So this just updates our numbers, makes them current, and then removes that R2 line, which already includes the savings. R3 is our projected savings this year for fiscal year 25. Even though we've performed a close, an interim close on fiscal year 25, we don't perform what they call the final close until August the 31st. And we're in what we call period 13 right now, where the state requires us the books are actually closed to new transactions. So the fiscal year 25 books are closed, but there's a period 13 where we're required to do some journal entry adjustments to meet ADE requirements. So the period, we have to close that by August the 31st. The window to close it is August 15th to August the 31st. So we're in the process of making the adjustments that ADE requires on our books. When we do the final close, then R3 will actually update, and it will go into line R2. We'll know exactly how much our savings will be. We're projecting 6 million, but we'll know the exact number, and then we'll update the building fund balance as of like September 1, 2025. So we're also have in there, line R4 has not changed, 20.8 million. That's our state partnership funding award from the state. R5 has not changed. That's the retention that we plan to keep in our building fund for the upkeep of our buildings. So R6 is the estimated revenue that was available for, out of the building fund, that's available for demolition, renovation, and new construction for all three of the projects. Then we have line R7. That's the estimated revenue from the bond transactions that we will have. So our total revenue available to us is $131 million for the capital improvement project. So are there any, I'll pause there, are there any questions about the revenue for the CIP program? Okay. Hearing none, then we'll move to the expenditures, the next section. Now, there lines E1, E2, E3, E4, and E5, there's been no change there. We're still expecting the budget for the middle school to be $68 million, the indoor sports and activity center to be $18 million, Old Main to be $30 million, and then we have some demo of the old Poplar Street Middle School and administrative annex, and the demo of the old police and courts building. The only thing that changed was line E6. On our first project budget that we submitted, that number was closer to $10 million for capital improvement project contingencies. That number we've been able to increase because we've met and exceeded our savings goals for the building fund project. So that has increased from 10 million to 13.5. So the estimated capital improvement expenses is 131 million. And so R8 minus E8, revenue minus expenses, we're showing that difference to be 0.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
On the E5, the estimated demo of the police and courts, is that not a part of the indoor sports complex?
It can be, and it depends on how it's handled. If it's a part of the contract, then we can roll that $1 million into line E2. And so the indoor sports complex, the budget could actually become 19 million instead of 18.
Okay.
So it depends on how it's handled. I had, years ago in 2023, I thought we may get to the demolition before we knew the result of the bond
Makes sense.
election. And so I had put a specific line in there for the demolition if it were to happen prior to, knowing the results of the bond issue. But it can be at this point, if it's going to be part of the total project, we can just roll that up into E2 and make it a $19 million line instead of.
The only E4, we would have. That's the only one where we would have to find someone to demo it because there is not a project going there.
That's correct.
Okay.
And we've had a discussion about trying to coordinate that when we do the police and courts. When you hire a company to do that, we may also price that building as well as an additional, extra project. But if they have their equipment here and on site, we may be able to get a better price on that. So we've been talking about that as well.
And wasn't that going to be one of the last things built was the indoor sports? So no?
Well, you mean as far as what order these all go in? Well, they all really can be happening at the same time. Our goal is to get the middle school off and running, and then the next thing we're going to come behind is the contracts for Old Main and
Indoor.
the indoor. Correct.
Yes, so our goal was to take care of, because of the time sensitivity of the state partnership funds, our priority was the middle school. So we wanted to get the architect contract in place and the general contractor's contract in place first, and then proceed. Once those are approved, then I've told the general contractors of the other two projects, once we get the middle school handled and that filed with the state, we will handle the contracts for their purposes. We're already working on those contract languages, but we just decided to bring middle school only today to make that a priority.
But if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Brown, they're anxious to get
They
started.
are. They are.
So,
They're anxious
which
to
is
get
good.
started.
Didn't I see in this package that we already had a bid on some demolition?
For the middle school,
No,
No.
for
Police, a Poplar Street?
Poplar, for Poplar. I thought I saw, didn't I see something, did y'all see that?
I'm not aware of a bid for demolition. Now, we did reference demolition on the 500 buildings over at the middle school, and it was really the only thing we've done there is an abatement assessment, an asbestos assessment.
100,000?
Ma'am?
Was it 100,000?
Oh, I don't know.
Let me look. Oh, keep talking, I'll see if I can
Okay.
find what I thought I saw.
Keep it going.
As far as demolition, what I do know that we have in the works is the asbestos survey that was done at the 500 buildings, which will be the first building that comes down at the middle school. And that assessment came back better than expected. And Taggart Architects had communicated that with me, that it came back better than expected. So as far as I know, that's the only thing that's happened with demolition at this point.
Okay.
All right, so are there any questions about the CIP expenditures? And again, just for public, we do have a $30 million investment line for the renovation of Omain. It's in the budget, it's prioritized, and it's there, and it's gonna happen this time.
The only thing we're, just for the public, it's happening, but we're doing the middle school first because of the state funding.
That's correct.
And we're up against a timeline as far as getting everything in.
That's correct.
But after that's done, Old Main, it's on its way.
Yes.
Okay. Ready to go on to the next thing, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Where would you like to go next?
Let's go to federal funding.
Okay.
I'll ask Ms. Estes to join me, our federal programs coordinator.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to kind of go over our federal funding. It's for our title funds. It's kind of one of those uncertain areas right now, and I think everybody is kind of wondering where we stand. So I'm going to kind of just go over some funding like what we received last year and what we're looking at. So last year, these are the funds that we received for Title I. We received $3.7 million. For Title II, we received $458,945. For Title III, we received $68,641. And for Title IV, we received $288,908. So you see these stars. The stars are the ones that are in question. So I did talk to Jane Green. She's over federal programs at the state level, and I put her wording exactly. She said, this is exactly what I got from the state, so this is exactly what I can tell you guys. So if these are in question, they are under review at the federal level. So that's kind of the only thing that we're really getting from them, but we're gonna budget for them, but they're still under review, so we don't really have an answer about them. So I'm just gonna go over what we use each of these fundings for and what we used them for last year so that we can kind of be aware of where we stand.
And if you would, tell them about the federal budget cycle. It actually starts in October.
Yes, so our federal budget actually starts in October, so it really runs, it's really a 15-month running period because we have until September 30th to really run for last year's. So we've got some carryover that will continue to go until September 30th from the previous year. So we still have a little funding left for that, but in October is when we really receive our money. So we're kind of, when we start in July, we're kind of starting ahead, but it's, that's kind of the way that the state runs theirs because they kind of run off the federal, how the federal funds run. So we're kind of on their budget.
All of these four funds, most of our federal funding is reimbursement style funding. That means you have to have the cash up front to spend on the program, and then they pull your expenses and they reimburse you after you've spent the money. There are some exceptions to that. There are some federal funds that we have cash on hand, but those are few and far between.
Yes.
Most of our federal funding is a reimbursement-based grant, and that just means we foot the bill up front. They reimburse us when they start pulling expenditures in September and October.
So what you're saying, Mr. Brown, nothing has changed with the federal government and the many agencies that they have cut?
No, so let me clarify that.
Okay.
So Title I, we know for fiscal year 26 is funded.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
That's what we know. The other three funds there, Title II, Title III, Title IV, those are under review by the federal government.
Okay.
We don't know.
If you're gonna get it.
We don't know if we're going to get it. We don't know if we're going to get those funds as is, as expected, like as Title II, Title III, and Title IV as we have in the past. We don't know. We've heard that they may basically do away with 2, 3, and 4, but the money that we would have gotten in those would be increased and put into Title I. There's also a possibility that they could say, we're not going to have Title II, 3, and 4, and you don't get those funds. The federal government has not made their mind up yet,
Right.
which causes us to pause a little bit, but the state of Arkansas, the ADE, has told us to budget as if there was going to be no changes. So when we submit our budget to you in August for approval, it will have a budget in there for Title I, II, III, and IV. But the guidance we've been given is assume that we're proceeding as normal, that they're not going to change this last minute. That's the way we're going to budget. But we want you to know there is, we don't know because it's still under review. We don't know what's going to happen, but that's a real possibility that we could continue on as normal, and they don't change it this year, but they could decide to change it this year. We just don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking with all the changes and all the federal government
Yes.
monies and
Yes.
all the agencies that are being closed.
Yes.
And that was my concern. We don't know. And you said we would always have to have money to match whatever the federal government would give us?
So we have to have money in our bank account
That's what I'm saying.
to spend
Because we get reimbursed.
first. They make us spend our money
Money,
and then reimburse us from the federal government.
but you gonna hold on. You know, it's really a situation we can't really define,
Right,
so we just prayerfully, hopefully.
yes.
Okay.
I'm not here.
Just to be clear on that, the way that we have to pay and then get reimbursed
Right.
we've been doing that for years.
That's correct.
Yes.
That's not anything that has changed.
Nothing has changed on that.
Okay.
We have always, that's one of the reasons that schools are required to keep a net legal balance in your, ours is $13.2 million. Well, between the months of June, July, August, September, we don't get, that federal funding. They stop. But we have people that are paid out of those grants where payroll and purchases have to continue. So you have to have the cash flow in order to support that grant, plus our district operations during that time to get to our reimbursement. So that's one of the main reasons that districts have to have a healthy net legal balance, and that is to cover times when you're spending federal dollars and not getting those reimbursements over a period of time, which is the summer.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go over each title funding so we know basically what it is, and then look at what we spent, the ways we spent it last year. Title I provides financial assistance to schools with high numbers or percentages of children from low-income families. That's based on our free and reduced. So we have some schools that are Title I and some schools that are not. And we have just two that don't qualify. So this kind of breaks down where our money is spent for the Title I. You will notice that a lot of it is in salary and fringe, but this is Title I.
I'm sorry, what's the two schools that don't qualify?
Lakewood and Crestwood. They do not qualify. So when I say salary and fringe, that also includes stipends. So we did do summer school, Title I summer school, which include a lot of stipends. And then we also have some of the schools do after-school tutoring, so that includes that. And then we do have some actual payroll salaries that come out of Title I.
So is this just for those schools, or is it for all schools in North Little Rock School District?
So this is all the schools combined that qualify for Title I.
So even the schools that don't have, they get to benefit as well?
No, this is just all the schools except for Lakewood and Crestwood.
So the requirement to qualify is 40%, at least, a minimum of 40% of your students that are in your school qualify for free and reduced lunch. If you don't meet that, which Lakewood and Crestwood do not, 40% of their students, less than 40% of their students are low-income students or free and reduced lunch students. So they do not qualify, and they do not get the benefit of Title I funds.
I understand that. What I'm saying, I'm looking at the salary and fringes. Like you said, it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And we can say that that's only spent on those schools.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
It's spent for all schools
Except
for those two.
Except for those two, yes.
Okay.
So the high school, COE,
So
Both the
12
middle
of the
schools.
14.
yes.
How come Indian Hills didn't fall in it? What?
Indian Hills is a Title
It
I
does.
school, yes.
It didn't used to, Ms. Williams, but
I mean, yeah, clear that up. I know where Indian sits.
Uh-huh.
That's why I was wondering, and you said poverty level?
Yes, ma'am. And they do qualify.
Over
Indian Hills
40%.
does qualify. 40% or more of their students are free and reduced lunch.
Okay, I was just looking like you got Osage Drive and all those places around. I never would have thought that it would be, but I do realize we have a lot of apartments and stuff.
They're also surrounded by 3 private schools.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I was saying, that was a little, what shocked me on Indian Hills.
Yeah, they're 3 private schools right there co-located with Indian Hills.
Because it's 2 private there. Carolyn, what you mean by that? Explain that to me. Carolyn.
see,
Yes, ma'am. So I live there.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I'm really familiar with the area. So Indian Hills is literally competing with 3 private schools that you could walk across the street and there's one, go across JFK's, there's one, and just down the road is another one.
Okay.
So just by geography, the competition at Indian Hills is harder than it is at Lakewood or Crestwood, even though tax base wise, they're all very similar.
Right.
And then if you go to which would be the west side of Indian Hills, it is more affluent, and you'll see, other, Mount St. Mary's Catholic High and some of these other areas where these kids drive to or whatever. So the competition there at Indian Hills has gotten tougher over the years simply because of geography.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what's basically doing is now with vouchers and all that kind of stuff, it dilutes the tax base essentially.
Okay. Thank you. Good answer. I know, shocking. Glad you cleared that up, because I couldn't see it being a pocket school.
If you look at it by the economic demographics of the area, it doesn't make any sense. But when you
Right.
drill down and find out what the competition around there, you're like, oh, okay, I got it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Keep going.
Okay, so Title II, this one supports professional development and our teacher recruitment and retention. So that's where some of our professional development comes from. It's also where we can pay some retention. I know the North Little Rock 6 Academy had a retention bonus we used this funding for that. So you'll notice in the Title II budget for the salary, that's where most of that came from. We do have one salary that does come out of this. It's part of HR. They do the retention and recruitment, so that salary is in Title II. So that's one of concern that we would have to look at if we did lose this funding.
Ms. Estes, well, on that, you mentioned the academy, Title II.
Mm-hmm.
Does everybody, all the employees there, are they paid out of the Title
They're not
II?
paid. No, they're not paid out of Title II.
Why does that school garnish so much money? Would you tell me how they get the money that they get?
They
Because-
do get Title I funding. We did use Title II for that retention bonus that was given to the employees.
And Ms.
Okay,
So just that for each semester.
I understand the more students you have down there, the more money you get. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh, no,
Well,
we're talking about North Little Rock 6.
Right.
We're talking about the North Little Rock 6.
Old
not,
Seventh
Well,
not,
I'm talking about the 6th to Title II. I'm looking down here about this fringe benefit Title II. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, so Title II, our funding for Title II pays a retention bonus for the North Little Rock. It's paid it in the past for
Oh.
the North Little Rock 6th or 7th Street Elementary.
Oh, I didn't hear that
Staff.
six, boo. I just
Yeah.
heard about that
Academy.
Title II, and I know that they get that money, okay?
Yeah. So that was, that's not happening again, so that wouldn't be something that we would be concerned with. Now, we would be concerned with having a salary in there. So that's something that we would need to look at if something did happen to the funding. And then Title III, it provides funds for supplemental programs for our English learners.
This is what hurts.
So in our Title III, most of that is actually used for supplemental instructional. That's why you see it as software. So we do buy Alexia for our English learners. So that is an area of concern that we would want to continue. So we would want to look at that.
And that's for the whole district?
For the whole district, correct, yes. And then Title IV, it supports programs that target well-rounded education, safe and healthy students, and educational technology. So this one is, I know, especially at the older, like secondary, they use a lot of the PBIS rewards. So this is where that falls. I know that those are programs that the schools do really utilize, so this would be something that they would want to continue. So we would probably really need to look at this one too, if we were to lose funding.
What does it pay for specifically?
So we've got our PBIS rewards, and so those are incentives that they can purchase, even like trips or, you know, even their cat, I don't know what they call those cat things where they can go, and if they're good, they get tokens and they can go purchase something from there for being good. A lot of schools use that. The well-rounded education, so if they could do some kind of field trip that gives them a well-rounded experience, they use it for that. We use it for some of our supplies for nursing because it's for safe and healthy. We also use it for the Raptor, where
So all the field trips the elementary kids be taking, that's where the funds come from?
not all of
Not
them,
all, yeah.
Some.
just some of them.
Just some?
Yes.
Okay. I know we had quite a few field trips, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Our Raptor that we use does come from this, so that is also something that we would need to look at because that would need to continue to be funded.
Is that an ongoing cost?
It is
that what I'm hearing from
an
you, sir?
annual cost, yes. I think it's pretty like 40-ish thousand annually, so it is an ongoing expense.
Okay.
So no, this is the breakdown for that. You will notice that there is a salary in this. This was part of the reorganization. So while that salary would be less, because I think that it would just turn into a portion of a salary. But there is a portion, maybe like a quarter of a salary that would come out of this Title IV.
100,000.
What salary is that?
We had a
Coordinator.
coordinator of school health that was paid for out of Title IV, and that position was reorged. And so the person that took on that role, a portion of her salary would have fallen into here, or will be. I mean, we'll budget it that way.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Brown, since you're talking about how they took that away? Remember in the first of the year when they Title I funding, I guess it was through we lost monies and because of, they were in the special services field. Now, did that have an effect, like, could they have been gotten some of that? You all can't switch government funds to use for anything.
No, ma'am.
When we lost that funding, because December 1 was the last day we could get that money. So,
Yeah,
What-
the federal government sends us funding,
okay,
and they identify the fund that it has to go into. And there are some funds where you can do inter-fund transfers, but they are few and far between. But in the case, you can't take federal funds and interchange them unless it's specifically allowed. And there are certain funds that do allow you to transfer between funds, but for the most part, you cannot transfer funding. You have to spend it in the fund that they sent it to you in, and you have to spend it for purposes that are approved for that specific fund.
so those dyslexia people, that had to start coming out of our general fund, our funds, when that money disappeared at December 1, when there was no longer any more money left. So that's what I'm saying. Some of the programs that the government initially funded, now it has to come out of our monies.
Well, there may be if they discontinue it totally, and that's what's under review right now. Maybe the HIT grant, the High Impact Tutoring Grant, that's one of them that I think that's under review right now. We actually received that money. That was for high impact tutoring that happened after school, and it was about $600,000 $588,000 grant. We wrote a grant. It was approved. We spent that, and we spent it all by what? April 1, maybe, or the end of April.
I think we'd spent it by the end of January.
End of January. We had spent all that $588,000. We still have not gotten our reimbursement on that HIT grant, the High Impact Tutoring. Now, ADE says they told us to accrue it to that, you know, they expect it to, they are expecting it like we are. It was approved, we were approved for the grant, we spent it as we said we would. But the federal government has not released the funds to reimburse the schools yet. So, and I guess there's another fund as well, the ESSER funding, the final round of ESSER funding. We still have some reimbursements that are pending in that as well that we have not received, and those were done at the end of December last year. So, I mean, total ESSER and HIT is over $1 million that we've spent of our money that the federal government told us they would reimburse that they haven't yet.
We're still going in our pot,
Mhm.
but we're not really sure if these fundings will be.
Yes.
Okay.
So of this 816,000 that we're not sure of, how much of that would we would be on the line? Because you said there were some things that we probably wouldn't be paying for, like the
retention bonus. Yes.
So that 816 would need 600,000 out of operating to cover it, or 500,000, or?
I think that we would have to look at each program and then kind of decide what we wanted to continue to fund, if something would happen to the funding.
Legally, the federal government's still on the hook until September 30th on this. The two previous cabinet agencies I worked on the civilian side and then on the federal government side, it's standard how the feds do this through a reimbursement system. The U.S. Treasury, like most places, cash flows quarterly allotments to different departments, the Department of Education or U.S., DA, whoever, and then they send that money out to the states. They don't necessarily cash flow it quarterly. Sometimes it's monthly. Sometimes they sit on it. However, Congress had already approved this money a year ago to cover this. So while it's admittedly odd that we haven't received it yet, when October 1st hits, if the money's not there, it's really time to be worried. But they have until the close of their fiscal year, which is September 30th, to cut checks. At the end of the year, usually fourth quarter, they look out there at all the budget dust that money hadn't been spent, and at that level, they can actually redistribute that you can't do at the state level and pay these bills. It's a really bad way of doing business, and at the beginning of this year, there was a continuing resolution which pushed that window to the right. So I have seen this in other agencies I've worked at dealing with the finance piece of it, and it is a terrible way of doing business, but I wouldn't start, sending red flags up quite yet.
So what's our deadline? When is the budget due?
September 30th.
On the federal side, it's all September 30th. for
So,
federal money.
in other words, we're gonna budget, let's just say, we're gonna budget for $816,495.91, I calculated. So we're gonna budget for that in hopes that we're gonna get the money back.
Well, what we will receive an official allocation for these funds if, after the review, the federal government says, yes, we're going to continue this funding. The state will give us an allocation that says, you've qualified for X number of dollars.
But the allocation may not arrive until after the budget has to be approved.
Well, that's true, and we have to submit a budget. What we're going to do is budget as like we do other federal funds.
Yes.
They require us to budget based on last year's
That's what I'm saying.
budget.
So we're gonna budget
We're going to budget.
and assume and pray that we're gonna get it.
Well, but there are
we
certain.
won't know if we're gonna actually get it
That's correct.
until after we say this is what we're gonna.
But Ms.
And-
Estes'
Correct.
office will actually, a lot of that budget will be for things other than salary and fringe that, we have to pay for those employees that are paid out of those funds. The other budget lines, we can actually hold until we know,
Yeah.
Okay.
you know,
Yep.
anything that's for software, purchase services, anything along those lines, we may make a budget, but we may hold
Until
on
we
those
officially
line
notice.
purchases,
Until we get
those
the
expenses,
notice.
until we know
Okay.
we're good to go with the federal government.
So people money is a long-term liability. We have to pay that until you get rid of a person. Stuff money, we don't have to spend.
Right. Got it.
And Mr. Brown, you and your staff will continue, as you receive more information on this, just to put it in your weekly board
Yes.
report until we have another.
And I
until we know
expect
more.
us to get more information. We meet with the ADE monthly. They did cancel this month, but we will meet in August. So hopefully, I know everybody's going to be asking, so hopefully we'll have some more information then. I don't know that we will, but hopefully we will. You know, they continue to tell us, you know, we don't know anything right now. We will let you know if we ever find anything. And, you know, I mean, they can't tell us if they don't know, so we're kind of in limbo. So this is just some uncertainty that has to do with all federal funds. I mean, at any time, any of these could impact our federal funding, not just now, I mean, anytime in the future. The ones that are starred are the ones that we're kind of looking at right now. You know, the decisions that are being made with the feds, and, you know, are they going to shift the political shift? Are they going to shift it towards, you know, just giving us one big Title I budget, or doing away with all 2, 3, and 4 altogether? So we don't know.
Okay, my prayer is really is that if we get some students in here, we won't have to depend on the government so much.
Yeah.
Because it's sitting like, we're sitting here that's really not knowing
Yeah.
what's gonna happen. And, if we get some students.
That's
that would-
always good.
That would be to me, that would be the best mindset, the board, if we can think of a way for retention to really get these students up in here, where them students at,
We'll talk about that a little later.
you know?
So this is the impacts. Of course, we've talked about the hiring and, you know, the contracts stability. We've only got 2 salaries out of those 3 funds, and so those are the ones that we can be concerned about. We've got inconsistent programming and services for students, the things that we've always done, like the PBIS rewards that will affect our students. Long-term planning, it's really hard for us to plan on things that we don't know for sure we're going to get. And then inequities in resource distribution, so giving these title schools the extra that they need for those students.
I have a question.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
there a way that you can give us a breakdown? I know you gave us a brief breakdown here of what they pay for. Don't get me wrong. I saw that. I acknowledge your work. Thank you for that. But I'm looking for a little bit more clarity. Here's my forethought. I'm 15 steps ahead. I've got an email already halfway written over here to my congressmen, my representatives. They're cutting my funding. I need this funding for my children. Not to be disrespectful, I'm not worried about my salaries for my 2 individuals.
Right.
I'm worried about my students.
Yes.
I've got 8,000 students that I'm trying to make sure that they can read, write, and understand and comprehend. And right now, I'm very frustrated, not with you, but with the powers that be,
Right.
that just keep slashing more and more. And in 15 years, when these children produce and become workers,
Right.
now we've got a different situation on our hand, and now we've got more insurance claims because they didn't read the warning labels. So I'm looking for a little bit more clarity. So when I write my very frustrated email,
Yes.
I can have specific bullet points of how they're messing up
Okay.
and what they're messing up. Because in 15 years, we're going to hurt ourselves because we're shooting ourselves in the foot right here and right now with what's going on.
Ms. Welcome, to your point, we do have currently 2 sitting superintendents from the state of Arkansas that are in Washington, D.C. right now, advocating for all of us, to all your points, to our local representatives.
who do I need to email to give them my points? Because my voice will be heard.
They just put us in a bad situation here.
Oh, amen.
They said, I know, see, if you say it down here, Miss S.T., you're gonna wait for the official guidance from the Department of Elementary and Secondary.
I put my red alert.
Them buildings down.
The
And,
alarm is sounding.
Yes.
And, I saw your next step plan, but we as a board, we need to be having some forethought of what we can do.
100%.
Now is the time for us to plan on what we can do and how we can help, or what we, have our voices heard, and what we need to, who we need to talk to. And
Well, I think what y'all have said that you're going to do with the budget, to go ahead and keep these things in place, but it's like you say, you don't have to purchase the software and all the materials and all those things, but the salary, and the way I was looking at it there, it looks like maybe $300,000 in salary for this, and fringe benefits. That looks like it would fall to us for sure if that money doesn't come. But we don't have to purchase all the materials.
Right. We
and
can
things.
hold
We can
on
just
those
hold on that.
until we know the
Yes.
funding.
Yes.
And Miss S.C., those points that Miss Walker was talking about, it goes back to your impacts of uncertainty affected hiring. She wanna know what hiring and what is the contract of the stability. Those 4 things she have here, she wants you to break them down, split them bullet points. I see it, but I wouldn't actually know what you were talking about. And it consists of the programs. What programs are you talking about? What services for students? That would be my bullet point. You know what I mean?
yes,
It's vague.
yes.
I know in the budget book, we've got those line items, but those line items, I can't hit those line items to give me an exact.
Of what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm an Excel spreadsheet exact kind of girl with them hyperlinks.
Okay.
So feed me.
Okay. I can do that.
Okay.
Question. You did good. That's the best you can do, Miss S.T.
You did great.
I'm sorry to bring bad news.
You did great.
Federal,
I need that
state,
cord.
and strategic.
Very
plan.
good. On next.
Yes.
Yeah, and before Ms. Estes leaves, if you could just get that information to Mr. Brown, we'll put it in a weekly board report. That way, all the board members will see
Yes.
those same
Okay.
bullets, not
Yes.
just.
I will do that.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
want, Mr. Brown,
We can all
who
write our
asked this
emails.
question too, because it's a good concern since we're talking about the budget. How many students are we really expecting for the this year, coming up? 25, 26 year?
Today, we're sitting at 7,444, Ms. Williams. Right now, at the same time, I'm signing daily CSAP forms, so students are transferring into the district. So our current projection going into this year was at least up by 200 students
Okay.
going in. But that was where we were in the spring. So all that dust is really getting ready to settle this month as students are registering. So we'll continue to give you that update in the board report.
Ooh, we
And
just
we got
need
some
to
other
have
ideas.
have something for ourselves. We're gonna sit like this for the school board? How come?
Okay.
Because
Got
we
about
got,
15 minutes.
because we got
Yes.
an
With a break that we'll have to take.
Yes.
When we're gonna have another meeting, I didn't finish, I had a whole lot of questions I wanna know to help, what could we do to help the district? And what could we do as board members to support Mr. Brown?
So-
What
Yeah,
could
I
we
think,
do?
Well, do you want to cover one more item? Are you talking about what we can do to help
Yeah,
advocate?
Well, you had, I'm sorry,
go
it may
ahead,
not
you're
be the
right.
same.
Go
You
ahead.
had sent us, we had a workshop where there were
Buckets.
different buckets.
yep, he's gonna.
And we had decided on which buckets we were gonna cut here or there, but there were some buckets that we said we would revisit again in the fall.
And I can bring those buckets back to you at a later date. The last item we have on the agenda is what I've got is just a quick recap of the 5.5 the $5 million savings plan.
No, I
that we
get
have.
it. I was just, I
But
think
yes, we can
that's
bring
what
those buckets
Ms.
back.
Williams was talking about, because that's what I was thinking.
Yes.
That, you know, that's what I would like to see. I want to see the buckets again.
Sure.
So we can go back and look at some other ways that we didn't, we had to
before.
make the cut right then.
Sure.
For the
wasn't
5 million, but
Yeah.
we know that we still need some more. And so now I want to revisit those buckets to see where else we can cut. If that,
wanted
if I'm
this-
making sense.
I wanted us to revisit those today.
And I think that was,
Well, we can certainly bring it back at the next meeting, if
That's what
If
I
that
wanna
would-
see.
so I just make sure that I'm clear. So is it the wish of the board, because you're getting ready to approve within the next couple months FY '26, but there are some things that we talked about, i.e. the high school schedule and the planning period, where there would be a savings about 800,000. Those are the things you want to talk about as we think about FY '27?
Correct.
Yes, okay, I'm clear.
yes.
Because that's the savings we're gonna need from this federal cut right here,
Right.
816,000.
Right.
So let's
I
go ahead and
was-
bring that bucket back.
I was wanting
So,
to have
so
some
we need
cuts.
we need the buckets back so we can look.
I wanted
Yeah,
some
see,
cuts
I
so that
got
we
you
could
all stuff
have
for the
a
bags.
salary
Yes, that's what
increase for employees.
Yeah.
That's what for
For the-
26. Is there
So-
any way we can do something for 26, not 27?
Right, and I think, you know, that's all the things that we did because we knew we had to have the fiscal savings to be whole in this budget. If it's the will of the board to do that, I mean, we're already in contracts, we've already sent that stuff out. You do have the option to give teachers this year a bonus. You've done that in years past. That can happen at any time in the fall. Keep in mind, when you've done that in the past, which you have the right to, you can take that out of the building fund. Remember, he just went through, we're saving in the building fund for projects, but that's up to you if that's something that you would like to do. But I think as far as this year to be able to give a raise, Mr. Brown, correct me
2%.
if I'm wrong, we're not in a position right now, since we've
That's
had to come up with the savings. Now, we can look going forward
Yes.
to look at FY '27, but I think
Yes.
realistically, if you want to do something for our employees, a bonus would be that option.
Ideally, if we are looking at either a certified or classified salary increase, we would want to finalize that by either December or January of this year for the next school year. Current year, what we would recommend, if funds were available, would be a bonus,
That makes sense.
a one-time, non-reoccurring.
What about the stipends that we've been working on for the last 4 or 5 months? And we were talking about phasing those in. Are we going to be able to do any of the stipend phase-in like we had talked about?
Yeah, that, stipends and contract pay are different things, so if we decide to proceed with that this year, that could be adjusted. That would not be a problem.
And I do think, Ms. McLean, to your point, I know Mr. Smith had been working with Ms. Stumpenhouse. We have been revisiting that, and I do think it's possible. When you look at the phase-in of that, that would be phasing that in over a period. Year one, I believe, is 75,000. I think that is doable in year one, but we've got to make sure that it's 75,000 this year, it's 75, you know, and it's going to double in each year. But I do think that is possible.
So we need to do some math and come back with you. We even got some information yesterday. We were in some financial training put up by Casbo, and they put out some information. Now, anytime we obviously do a salary increase as opposed to a bonus, even with the stipend, even though stipends can come and stipends can go, that's a long-term liability. And you have to calculate, can we afford this thing in the future? And so 2 good examples is this year we are going to receive $81.62 per student. And if you look at the trend line for the past 7 or 8 years, that number is increased. Well, next year it decreases. It goes, so 77.1 this year, 81.62 next year, and then it drops to 80 and some change because they're going to withhold insurance. We don't know what the year past that looks like, but we do receive certain funds, enhanced teacher equalization funds, basically the money that we've got since LEARNS to bring everybody up to the LEARNS Act of 50K and then beyond. That money disappears in 28. It gets decremented over the next 2 years and then becomes zero in 28, and then we have to figure out how to pay for that. So these kind of things are coming at us. We weren't sure what the future looks like. So when we look at a raise, well, a raise is great. It's the gift that keeps on giving, but it's the long-term liability. And as if we do that, we have to be able to project probably at least the next 5 years to make sure we can afford to pay that. I'm not saying it is not doable at all. I'm saying with these 2 bits of information we received yesterday, we got to go back and do some math and, kind of like Mr. Brown said, project a no-kidding raise in the next fiscal year. And if we wanted to address something this year, the safest way would probably be do it via bonus, via stipend or something like that. But we need to be able to come back to the board and say, this is what we think it's going to look like over the next 5 years, because what we don't want to do is throw ourselves in a bind that now we've done this, we've set ourselves up for these long-term liabilities, and in year 3 we can't pay the bill.
Colonel Stinger.
What has
I know
the,
we could do better if we had more students we get, and I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, ma'am, we could. We
But,
really could.
When every time you
Therein
go to the
lies-
store, somebody asking you, when we gonna get a raise?
I understand.
When we gonna get a raise?
They asked me that
And
too.
since I know they're listening, as a clarity, could you repeat why this time it would be more feasible to give bonuses in lieu of trying to give a raise? I heard everything you said, that if we did, but everybody wants a raise. And I heard what you saying, not at this time, but would you make the clarity? We got a lot of uncertainty about the government, we know that. And then until we can really get our student enrollment up where we want it, that would really be a good walk-in.
That's right.
To have great raises. But in that it's not there at this time, we are getting students. Could you just pinpoint why at this time raises are not feasible? It's not feasible. Just the point.
Yes, ma'am. So there's 2 philosophies on raises, okay? Obviously, you look at a pile of money that you can save, you get from some other funding source, some other revenue source, and then the board says, hey, we want to do it to a raise. Okay. Once you have that funding, you have to realize that funding, whatever that revenue source is, has to go out. Because if you have a new teacher, we want them to stay in the school district. We pay some retention money. We want them to live and breathe and bleed in North Little Rock School District. They could be here for the next 20 years. Intuitively, you have to think, okay, what does the long-term funding look like? Because this is a long-term liability that we have to pay when you're talking people. Can we go out that far? Well, it's hard to guess 20 years out. It is certainly feasible to guess. We have to make some planning assumptions, like with this federal money. Can we do it for the next 5 years? That is a good planning timeline when it comes to payroll. So we get these 2 pieces of information yesterday as an example, and that's foundation funding, and then teacher enhancement equalization money is state money. That is a lot more reliable in this environment than federal funding. So even on the state level, it's changed a little bit. So what we're saying is we need to come back and do the math, present that, and then be able to get it to the board to make a decision for the next fiscal year. Right now, as we discussed, theoretically, we could be $800,000 in the hole because of lack of federal funding.
So, and Colonel, if I can just jump in, I think another way to say this is that what we don't want to get ourselves into, and Ms. Williams, you make a great point about growing enrollment, and I agree with you 100%. We're going to talk about a couple things later on, but I think another way to say it is we don't want to be able to give a raise, and then in another year we have to riff people because we can't afford what we've given. So somebody's
Right.
going to lose, and we don't want to be in that situation because we don't want to rift anybody.
But
And so,
we do it on a short term through a bonus and/or a stipend, because like I said, stipends come and stipends go. It's just another way to pay. We can project that 12 months out. That's a lot easier than an overall raise across the board, or even targeted raises. I mean, we've got 60% turnover rate in some of our lowest paid employees, you know?
Sure.
So those are you can target it, or you can spread it evenly across the board, or however you want to do it. But either way, it's still that long-term liability where you don't incur that liability with either a stipend change, because you can take that away a lot easier, or a one-time bonus throughout the year, or however you want to do that.
if I could ask a question, we're about 6 minutes away from, we'll have to transition, and just want to give the board an opportunity for us to, maybe, Mr. Brown, if you want to show what you were going to, and
Yeah.
what I would like to wrap this up with is, what is the direction you want to give us, my marching orders, to come back, do another budget workshop, get a little bit deeper into those buckets of where we talked about savings, look at those numbers again, see where we are. If we can make a decision about a bonus now, I think that would be something good to come to the realization, or maybe we might say, not now, but is that the will of the board of what
Everything
you're
you just
looking,
said.
what you would like?
Yes.
Everything you just said.
You
Yes.
got it, yes, ma'am.
We need another board workshop.
Okay,
This was good,
and-
but we need some pointers. What's the word you use, Walker? Points. Pinpoints.
Specifics.
Specifics,
You want
pinpoints,
details.
bullet
Pinpoint.
points, okay.
Details.
Bullet. Oh,
Details.
bullet. I'm
Bullet
scared
points.
to use the word bullet. Non-violent.
So
We just
we
get to
just,
highlight there, Brian.
yeah,
Mr. Brown.
so I'll just walk, you all have seen this document, the, the savings review document. The second page of that is our 3/4 average ADM, that's just our trend line. And then page 3 was our FY '25 state aid funding notice. And the point there in that, this just frames up why we were having to do the $5 million savings, okay? And the way that is framed is that enrollment is tied to our funding. So a decrease in enrollment, decrease in our funding, and then on page 5, we also have bonded debt savings. So our bonded debt savings that we were enjoying through that refinance that we did earlier is trending out. That will go away in '27. And then, if you all recall, we also had talked about ESA funding decreasing through our recertification of CEP. That ESA funding loss of $1 million actually will not materialize. We've saved that funding. So what I've done is given you a recap here. This last page is the new part. And it gives you a summary here of where we are. And you know, everything we had talked about, the 5.1 million that we were planning to save, those were all based on projections because we didn't know who we were going to hire for the new positions. We had estimates in there. This is where the dust settled. So we're at 5.03 total million in savings. So I would say we've met our mark on the savings. We had bucket 1 reductions of 1.4. We had school-based reductions, reorganization and absorbing vacant positions of 2.468. We restored our ESSA funding with the recertification of our CEP program. And then for FY '26, there is a small increase from $1,076 per student to $1,103 per student. That's going to realize $146,000 in additional ESSA funding. So our savings are at $5.03 million. So that's a quick overview. You've seen all the other information you've seen before when we covered the $5.1 million, the reason needed for the savings, The last page is what I've added to bring us up to speed and to make that 5.1 number actual real numbers. So that's 5.03. Yes, ma'am.
Because we thought we were meeting on the 17th anyway, but it was moved to the 24th. If it's the will of the board, is there any way that from 4:30 to 7:30, that's 3 hours, that we have a workshop and the only thing that we're discussing is the marching orders that we gave, which is those buckets? Again, you know, send them out to us again,
Yeah, it's
so we
questions.
can look at it
Yes.
and look at some savings, and that's a good time to also look to see about a possible bonus.
Sure.
And stipend and
And
all that. That's the only thing that we're gonna be talking about is the buckets and how we can save. If everybody, and where we're going, if everybody agrees that we can meet on the 7th, since we technically were meeting on the 17th, but now we're not. We can, but since it doesn't have anything to do with personnel, we can meet as early as 4:30. And from 4:30 to 7:30, that's 3 hours, and that's all we talking about, is the buckets and how we can save some money.
Well, you can't say that because you don't know like positions. If you were to use the word position, that would be
You're right.
right. So
You're
you
right.
can't do that.
So it does have to be
Because that
5:30.
doesn't tell budget.
No, you're right.
When we're talking about monies, that.
Well, I think
Say that
I
again?
think the law actually says you can't hire personnel.
Correct.
I don't think.
We
You
can't
can't-
have
Yeah.
employment of
So as
personnel.
long
Yeah.
as you don't
Yeah.
Okay,
deal
that's
with
what I'm saying.
employment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We don't wanna
there's
be-
not,
Yeah, we're not dealing with
Yeah.
employment.
if we're just talking about, we could do it at noon if you wanted to, during the day.
Well, I
or
know
for-
that we have working people, and so I was trying to be considerate.
Sure.
That's why I said from 4:30 to 7:30.
Okay.
That's
Is-
3 hours.
Is that the will of the board? You want to go 4:30 to 7:30?
On the 17th,
17th.
on
that's
Thursday,
next week.
yeah. No?
No, I have to look at my calendar. I'll let you know, okay? I have things to do.
How about by
But
the,
I guess I
by the
should've
end of tonight,
asked
if,
By the end, yeah.
we can figure that out by the end of the
Figure
night.
that
and
out.
We'll
get
have all
that
the data
started.
prepared.
5 out of 7.
And then that way, we can dive into these buckets.
Gotcha.
We want the bucket.
See, you
Hey,
spoiled
got
us
that.
when you gave us the buckets.
Mr. Brown, when you
All
come
right.
back, would
Off
you
air.
come and tell us the percentage of a bonus that you're talking about? You know, break that down.
We will, Ms. Williams.
We're trained. Good evening, everyone. We are live. We're about 9 minutes past due, so we're going to go ahead and get the meeting started. I call the meeting to order. Roll call, Ms. Rhonda. Here.
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 The first thing on the agenda is executive closed session. Executive closed session per North Little Rock School District Policy 1.14A stating that private or closed discussions by the board may occur as part of a regular or special board meeting. Executive sessions may be held only for the purpose of considering employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of an employee, or to discuss matters of pupil punishment if requested by the parent or legal guardian. No resolution, agreement, or motion considered in the executive session shall be legally binding unless the board reconvenes in public session and presents the item for vote of the membership. Finally, Arkansas Code Title 25, Chapter 19, Section 106, 2C1 states, the specific purpose of the executive session shall be announced in public before going into executive session. Please join me in the executive closed session for discussing the following matters: employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of an employee. We are back in session.
Okay.
The next item, we're down to action items. The very first one is employment of personnel.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, the first action item is 4.1, the employment of personnel. The superintendent recommends the employment of personnel as discussed in executive closed session.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
so move that we accept the recommendation of the superintendent for personnel employment for the North Rock School District.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we approve the employment of personnel as discussed in closed session. Being that it is employment of personnel, there can be no discussion, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is adopted. 4.2, CIP Architect Contract Review. Is there a motion?
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the architect contract that was presented during the workshop.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the CIP Architect Contract Review, which is approval of Taggart Architects contract for the North Little Rock Middle School, Old Main remodel, and the Indoor Athletic and Activity Center capital improvement projects. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is passed. CIP Napa North Little Rock Middle School contract approval.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept 4.3, the CIP North Rock Middle School contract approval.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the Napa North Little Rock Middle School GC contract approval. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. 4.4, North Little Rock High School construction classroom minimum equipment classroom remodel contract approval.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move that we accept 4.4,
Second.
construction. I can't see it from here. Construction, let me see it.
Classroom.
Construction classroom minimum equipment classroom remodel contract approval.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the North Little Rock High School construction classroom minimum equipment classroom remodel contract approval. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. 4.5, the fiscal year Cisco contract renewal.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
move that we accept the Cisco contract renewal.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the Cisco contract renewal. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. 4.6, backpack policy for a student handbook.
While they're approaching, can we acknowledge our new child director of food nutrition? Welcome to the
Absolutely.
team. Thanks
Mr.
for being a
Ginder.
part.
Welcome, Mr. Ginder.
We typically don't let you off the hook this easily, but we have lots of things to cover tonight.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And mine will be brief, as we've had this discussion multiple times. The only new information that I have to present to you is I went through and looked at districts that,
Spot Taggart, thank you.
Thank you.
You all be good.
I was trying to get y'all.
I know. Go ahead, Tim.
Went through and looked at the school districts that do require clear and mesh backpacks and the ones that do not, and that are comparable to us, like, you know, the schools that we play in sports and the size and the things like that. And so that's just a list of the schools that do versus the schools that do not. The high school also asked me, Dr. St. Louis couldn't be here tonight, but she asked me to let you guys know they will be implementing a new badge-in system for the badges. That's going to add an extra step to their process of going through Open Gate that they will have to do before they go through Open Gate and then go through Open Gate. And so if at all possible, they would like to not to have one more thing that they have to monitor and hold up their processes in the morning as far as the backpacks, and that was just a statement from her that she would like me to tell you guys, but that's the only new information that
Ms. Rhonda,
I
how
have.
was that one more thing they had to monitor? That's confusing.
I don't want to speak for her. That was just what she
Oh,
asked me
okay.
to. You,
But to
you-
me, it doesn't make sense.
yeah.
That statement, you looking at mesh, and that's one more thing we have to monitor. Now, if it's in a
If they don't.
clothes bag, I could see
Yeah.
one thing you had to manage.
Yeah.
But for mesh or clear, I don't see the problem. But anyway,
Yeah.
as you say, you won't discuss that, but you were just repeating what you heard. Thank you anyway.
Just here to give the information. I don't have an opinion either way. Ms. McLean?
I'd just like to point out that the Pulaski County Special School District that does require clear and or mesh backpacks,
Yes.
they do not have open gate or any system similar to that.
Yes.
They want to get those, but they don't. So I don't know about Springdale.
And they just have 2 junior highs that do that, from what I can find. But everyone else has eliminated it because they like Jacksonville and Little Rock. Little Rock had it in their policy, and they don't enforce it anymore. So
Ms. Randall, thank you for all that you've done.
Yeah.
My only problem is we have had problems as a board this past year with people coming through with their black bags and they couldn't find, and they find stuff, you know,
yes.
and maybe they wouldn't have to look so hard. But, you know, I hear what somebody's saying, but I'm talking about the safety of our children in the North Rock School District. It was this profound superintendent who came in and told us what we needed to do, because believe it or not, the reality is still there. We don't have to see it every day, but it's still there. And that's why my heart is so passionate, and I'm scary. Okay, and thank you, Dr. Paluski, whatever the board decides, it's fine, but
Yeah.
safety first, and me, because I really think we need zero back that out though, but anyway.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Tiffany, do we know, those that do not require the clear mesh, do all of these have the open gate? Do we know?
I don't know that for sure.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I just
And
know
then-
Pulaski County does not.
Right.
And that's why they're just now going. They haven't had clear mesh, and they're just now moving to that for this school year.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
So follow up with that is, my brain just quit. What was my dang question? Dadgummit. I'll come back.
Can I ask mine in the
Yes,
meantime?
yes, you may. Darn, I hate it when that happens.
Are there girls that come into our building with purses,
Yes.
and they are not required to have clear purses, correct?
No, the only thing that's required to be clear is the backpack. Like I've said before, our athletic bags are not clear or mesh. The purses, any pencil pouch or any kind of thing that they keep inside their backpack, it is not clear
Does not
mesh.
have to be clear,
No.
correct?
No, it does not have
So
to be clear.
anything could be in the pencil pouch
Yes, or the purse or
or the purse.
Or the athletic bag.
the athletic bag. But like Chief Finks had said last meeting, that any weapon will be detected through open gate. All the bags do have to go through open gate.
That's why we spent
That's why we
thousands
yeah.
of dollars on open gate
True.
Yes.
to detect those things.
And got a grant, I think, to get more open
Yes,
gates.
so that's why we bought that system, so that we
Correct.
To
don't need
catch weapons. Yeah.
clear and
Correct.
mesh backpacks, because the system itself is going to detect any
That's right.
guns or knives and things like that.
Yes.
All right.
Ms.
Any other
Prescott.
questions?
Well, I have a comment.
Oh, yes.
When we talked last time, I sat on the fence. I could argue for or against. I like the idea of having just a little extra by being able to see. You're right, things can still be hidden. Then I started thinking about, we're going this year to no cell phones, bell to bell, and that is going to take a lot of energy to enforce that. That's going to be a big deal this year.
True.
And when she says she doesn't want to monitor backpacks, what she means is she doesn't want to have to monitor someone who isn't following the rules. You know, so you gotta stand there all day long and say, well, who's following the rule and who's not? And I don't think it's absolutely necessary, and considering that we're gonna have this bell-to-bell, no cell phone, I think they're gonna have enough to monitor without requiring the upper grades to have clear and mesh backpacks. So I've landed on the side of
Ooh.
one less thing to manage.
Oh, okay.
Because Chief came and told us he feels very confident in the system. And yes, there's always a way around the system, but even this, there'd still be a way around the system.
The thing is, they will not be able to get a weapon in
Well,
our
when
building with
someone-
our open gate system.
Ms. Randall, I certainly appreciate your report, but I guess we're not through with everybody. Ask some questions, Madam President. Mr. I thought he was down there, he had missed something. Did you think of your question,
I
Ms.
did.
Walker?
I got 3 now.
Why
Y'all
don't
gave
we
me too
just
much
do,
time.
Madam President?
All right, so Tiffany, this was kindergarten through 12th grade, correct? Just to make sure I'm remembering this correctly. So in the policy, we are wanting to get rid of the clear and mesh backpacks K through 12,
No,
correct?
6 through 12. K through 5 does not go through open gate, so we wanted to keep clear mesh for them.
Right, I think that
Plus,
was
they hang
the-
their backpacks at the back of the classroom. The teachers do look in them, check them. They are a smaller setting. It's more controlled, and so it would not be for K5.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity and refreshing my memory. So if I remember correctly, the conversation was some of us board members were torn because we wanted clear and mesh K through 8th, and then we were willing to compromise. Dorothy, correct me if I'm wrong. We were willing to compromise 9th through 12th on the backpack, so to say.
Oh, yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, I think I think it started out, in my notes it started out K5 mesh, 612 non-mesh, and then there was a discussion around K8 mesh and 912 not.
Yes. There you go.
And when I get
you got it
if I
right.
have just
Who had
when
the
I get a
good
chance.
notes say?
So with that being said, Valerie brought up the point of the purses. Why are we doing purses in addition to backpacks? Why are we not doing pouches inside the backpacks? That's just one less thing we have to go through. And I'm looking at our own security, not our North Little Rock officers. That is not their wheelhouse. That this is our SROs that should be checking those backpacks, whether that goes through open gate or not goes through open gate. That is why we're paying the SROs. That is part of their job description.
Well, I would that would fall under the security officer. So
Okay,
those would be the
not
yellow
SROs, the
yellow and black
sorry,
shirts.
not the blues.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay,
Yes.
so the yellow shirts, not the blue shirts.
Yes, if
but
something
either
goes
way-
off and they go through open gate and it goes off, they stop and
Right.
they open the backpacks and they check it thoroughly.
Yes, yeah, and I said NRPD, and y'all are the SROs. Y'all are one and the same. My bad. Yeah. See what happens when you keep me here all hours of the night and my brain quits. All right. So with that being said, I think they all still need to be searched. I still think the clear.
But let me,
so-
so what are we hearing? We're going to have to vote on this, right? What are we?
We don't even have a motion yet. We're
I
still in
know.
discussion, and I'm
I-
trying to give everybody the opportunity to ask their questions. Mr. Taylor hasn't had an opportunity.
Are you finished?
No, that's all right. Everyone likes to
He
interrupt
hasn't
me.
even had an opportunity yet.
Go back through the last 8 years. Everyone likes to interrupt me.
Madam President, I would like
Yes.
to leave my time for. just
Yield.
Yeah, I'd like to yield my time.
Was there any discrepancy in the other that does not require clear and mesh backpack that goes K through 8th or K through 9th? Was there any discrepancy there? Do you know if, say, Bryant or Conway does clear and mesh kindergarten through 5th or kindergarten?
They don't
through-
do it at all for
They
any
have
grades
no
level.
clear, no mesh. They don't enforce it, and
No.
we don't know if they have open gate. They've just decided they're just going to the wayside with it.
I know Little Rock does have metal detectors. Springdale, the junior highs, their grades 7th through 9th, I think, or 7th and 8th. That was the grade levels that are at the two schools that did it, that had clear mesh. Actually, they did clear only. They did not even require mesh.
So
they did clear
I've heard
bags.
the argument that we have a lot of free and reduced poverty-stricken children. We've got lots of community churches that help us and donate backpacks.
Yeah.
What's the hiccup on us putting the expectation that those free backpacks that are given away have to be clear and mesh? What am I missing from that?
So, yeah,
Go ahead.
so in my other district, we had this. Part of it is for students that have food insecurities are embarrassed. So if a child grabs a backpack and it's a bunch of food, they can be embarrassed to their other other students. And so that's why the practice there is going to the school counselor, grab it and go, and no one knows you're picking up a backpack of food. I think that's kind of the notion of, as it relates to the student.
So if we continued with the backpack, which we have that, we just need to ensure that it was clear or mesh, but yet the food can still be seen. That's what the hiccup is. Is that what I'm understanding?
Right, is it that students can feel embarrassing that somebody knows that they have a food insecurity at home, which can be a self-esteem thing. It can go into a whole host of other issues. And I think that's where if you required mesh at that level, but then you're going to not require mesh with the food, then it becomes just some inconsistency.
And why is your backpack different from
Why
mine?
is
Why
your
do you get to
backpack
carry
different?
one?
You got it.
Oh, you got the food backpack.
And I think it's
Yeah.
really hard when making donations.
That's exactly what's going to
That's what they say. You get the food
Well,
backpack.
and a lot of the places that get donations, and even we've had parents, even when I was a principal, that the stores run out of clear and mesh, and the only ones left are available are the ones at Academy that are $40 and they're Nike. And so once Walmart runs out of them, they don't restock them. And so if everybody's required and they get that backpack, it's really hard to make a church or something that's taking donations, because they don't only donate to our district, they donate to a lot of places in the county as well. And you'll find that organizations are donating to multiple districts. And so I think it would be really hard to require, put that stipulation on a place that's taking donations as well.
I know when we were out at North Little Rock Academy and went into the space where they have, like what Miss Riggins used to do, there are loads of backpacks, and they're not clear, and they're not mesh.
Correct.
Because a lot of times they're giving things to the kids that they don't want to be known that they're getting these things, like Dr. Polisky was saying. That.
So let's start with, so we can wrap it up and have
Well,
a
before
motion.
we unwrap it-
So let's start with Mr. Taylor first.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions right now. I think y'all have covered it quite well.
Miss Wankum, you want to tie yours up?
So my final question would be, at the elementary level, where we still have clear backpacks and mesh backpacks K through 5, how are we deciding that they're getting the food backpacks and we're still not having that conversation? How are they still not targeted? Because they're still carrying 2 backpacks. One's clear and mesh that we're mandating, and then one is not with food backpack. So
I will say the food for elementary, I can't speak for secondary, the food in elementary comes in a bag that is not clear or mesh. It's in a bag already that is given to them.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
It's like a
so
brown
they
paper
don't have just a bunch of food sitting in their backpack.
Yes.
They get a white drawstring bag,
that's what-
and it's not clear or mesh.
Thank you.
So why can't we do that in that older?
Because it's different when it's older. I'm just telling you.
Okay, but here's my point to that. I'm hearing inconsistency. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so you want to make it, they can carry anything from kindergarten to 12?
Nope. You know better. Stand in the corner. Go ahead, Val.
Is that on?
I just want to come back to one of your statements that you said that you want all backpacks checked, or somebody goes through them, or what were you saying?
So when you go through security at the airport, if you get deemed, if something
just
goes
want-
off, you get pulled to the side and someone takes care of you.
And that's
the
what-
line keeps flowing.
Right, and that's
But you
what we
also
do
That's what we
now.
do.
Submit
That is
all of
what we
your-
do.
That's
if
what we do
yeah.
now.
Submit all your stuff too.
Right?
So
We
what's
don't have,
the
we don't,
confusion and what's the complaint from the high school about enforcing a policy that's already being done?
well,
Thank you.
If
no
the person
one,
who shows up with a backpack that isn't clear or mesh, what do you do then?
What is the confusion of the high school enforcing the policy that we, the board, has set, that they are telling me through Tiffany, secondhand knowledge, that they don't want to enforce? Hello?
They haven't been enforcing anything anyway at the high
Okay.
school, so.
We digress.
Ma'am,
Answer your,
ma'am.
are you finished with your
it's
question?
my turn, right? No one is inspecting the backpacks, is my guess. Kids are walking through the open gate. There's not somebody that's over there looking to see what's in this clear backpack or not. Kids are walking through open gate. So I don't know that it matters if they have the clear or the mesh or a regular one,
But if it
because
dings-
it's not like, but it's gonna ding if it's in a regular.
Right. But you're
It
telling
doesn't
me no
have
one
to be.
checks it. So
No, they
please
check it if
please
it
give me
dings.
the reassurance that someone is checking a bag when
Yes.
it dings.
Yes.
Please
If
give
it
me that
dings,
Yes.
reassurance.
Yes,
They are.
but I'm saying that nobody's standing there trying to look into everybody's clear backpack or the mesh, which is even harder to see into. Nobody's doing
Unless it
that.
dings.
Open Gate is doing the job for us, and they can have a regular backpack because it's going to ding if there's something in there.
How can we sell
Just
them
like with a
bullets then?
purse, if they have a purse that's not clear, and most kids don't have a clear purse, but if they go through Open Gate, it's going to ding
It
if
will,
there
yeah.
is a weapon in there.
Okay.
Ms. Temple?
Just for clarity, you're bringing to us clear and mesh through sixth grade and any backpack, through fifth grade.
Yes.
Sixth and on, any backpack. That's what you're.
Yes,
That's
that's
what
what
the-
secondary asked for. They asked for secondary 6 through 12 to
Okay.
not be clear mesh. K5, yes, because they don't go through open gate, and the young students, they do find things in their backpack, but because they don't go through open gate, and kids pick up things at the bus stop, and they,
Okay.
and the teachers can visibly see, they hang their backpack at the back of the classroom, they visibly can see in it if it's clear mesh, if there's anything in it that they need to confiscate.
Ms. Williams?
I just have an innate fear because everything is turned around, and I will maintain my status is that the children of the North Rock School District have the belief that Dorothy Williams had is for their own protection. Fact is, and I can do a fact with you because there have been times when even some things don't always happen, but when we found black backpacks, they couldn't pick that bullet up that they found in the backpack until some teacher or somebody found it. But anyway, my stance on this is that I prefer mesh and clear. And my other stance is with the athletics department, to the director there. I know they have those long athletic bags, but I don't know if a sawed-off shotgun in them or not. But for their protection, if there's a way for them to monitor them and have them come in a different direction to look at it, something we need to be more, nothing has happened. I'm just being precautious before anything happens. That's all.
They go through open gate, the athletic bags go through open gate, so if there was that in there, they have to go through open gate.
Before a motion, I think Dr. Pulsky had something to say.
Yeah, I wanted to share some of the research. Obviously, this is a hot topic across the country, but I want to share some of the research findings that are out there. Number one is the effectiveness of preventing violence. There's mixed evidence. While clear backpacks are intended to deter students from bringing weapons to school, there's no conclusive evidence suggesting they are effective in preventing mass shootings or other acts of violence. 2, concealment is possible. Students can still hide prohibited items with clear backpacks using creative methods, such as wrapping them in clothing or towel, them inside books or binders. In one test, 26 weapons were hidden in a school-sized clear backpack. 3, limited impact on root causes. Focusing on backpack policies may divert attention from addressing true underlying causes of school violence, such as mental health issues and access to firearms. Just points of clarity. We do random backpack checks at our secondary campuses. I've seen at Open Gate just pull a random student and be able to check that. And don't forget, we also do random, we don't announce them, but we do random canine checks, canine sweeps in our school districts as well on the contraband side, for whatever it's worth.
Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move we accept the backpack policy for the student handbook as presented by Ms. Randall.
Roll
Sec-
call.
Second.
Ms. Dorothy,
I know it,
I
I
got
you.
it. Ms. Rhonda, a roll call on the vote.
Yes.
Who? You. No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Motion
So,
fails.
the motion fails. Now, we have to have a policy before school starts.
Well-
So therefore, there isn't the second option, which is K through 8, and then
K-8 mesh.
K through 8, the mesh or clear, and then it was 9 through 12, whatever backpack. Is that an option? If it is, I need a motion.
Madam President,
Yes.
I so move that we have a backpack policy that states kindergarten through 8th grade to have mesh or clear, and 9th through 12th a non-mesh backpack option.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we adopt a policy that K through 8 have mesh and clear backpacks. 9 through 12 can have regular backpacks. Is there any discussion on that? Ms. Rhonda, roll call.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 No.
It passes.
I'm scared of the high school students.
All righty, we can start school. We're down to
Thank you, Ms. Randall.
4.7, facility rental for quarterback
For the students.
doctor. Quarterback doctor?
Yep, this is just a facilities request for the quarterback doctor to use our football facility to work with quarterbacks in our region as well as our own individual students.
Madam President,
Yes.
I so move that we accept policy 4.7, facility rental for quarterback doctor.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the facility rental for a quarterback doctor. Is there any discussion?
I do have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
The rental fee, does that go to athletics since it's the stadium or arena that they're renting, or does that stay in the general fund?
Waived the fees because our students will not be charged to go to this. So there's a direct benefit to our students. I think, Coach, what do we have, 8 students that, of our students that will be attending for free?
Yes, so we have 8 quarterbacks in our program that will get to go for free. There'll be 24 total in the area, and so a third of them will be our students that are going to get a benefit from that for free. Coach Bowling will be there from open to close, and yeah, so it's a 4-day event.
So in the event that we do charge for the facility, who gets to keep that money?
That goes back into the general fund of every facility request. It doesn't go back to an individual department.
Okay.
Good question. That's a good question.
All hearts clear? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes.
Wes, you should
It
ask for that
says
facility money.
4.8 new agenda.
Refresh.
You can just go ahead and make the motion. You okay with that? Madam President,
Yes.
I so move that we accept the facility rental for the Motivation One Foundation, which will be hosted by our own Moses Moody for basketball workout camp.
Second. Is that's what that is?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, did it update it? It was right
Yeah.
here.
We're having technical difficulties. I apologize.
Okay, it has been properly moved and second that we accept the facility rental, no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, facility rental for Motivation One Foundation, Moses Moody Basketball Workout Camp.
Yes, ma'am.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's adopted.
Nada.
Thank you,
you.
gentlemen.
Now we're down to student expulsion hearing.
Okay.
Did another come?
Miss Randall,
Just one?
I got you.
That's the only one?
Right, so there is one family that will be here. We'll take them first. And then
Hi,
remember
welcome
that
to the team.
we'll,
All
see Mr.
right.
Ginder. And remember, we'll give that,
What does he do?
family.
That's our new Director of Food Nutrition.
Oh, okay, I can see better than wait for him.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I like that pink nail polish.
Oh, we can get out of this.
We are still on air.
Sis? Do I know this person?
Just leave it right there. I'll take care of it.
Find out what to do.
Give me like 5 minutes after. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ma'am, before we get started and before I have you state your name, would you like this hearing to be open to the public, meaning that it would be broadcast live, or would you prefer it closed? Yes, ma'am.
We are back on air. Is there a motion?
Madam President, I so move that we accept ID number 100000270 for expulsion for the attendance of the North Little Rock School District for the 25-26 school year.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the recommendation for expulsion for student number 100000270 for attendance in the North Little Rock School District for the 2025-2026 school year. There can be no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ms. Randall
I will call and get with them about options.
will discuss with you what the options are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming to support her.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. This one?
Expulsion number 2, are they present?
No.
Being that, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, being that they're not present, then we automatically will go into a closed session and discuss and come back with a decision.
Okay, Dr. P, you got
We
it.
are back in session. Is there a motion?
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept the expulsion for ID 1000003-234.
Second.
Go ahead.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the recommendation for expulsion for student number 1000003-234 for attendance in the North Florida School District for the 2025-2026 school year. There can be no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. So you will get with the student
And
later.
family, yes.
Okay. All righty, we're down to expulsion number 3.
And since
The
the
family
person
is not present.
The parents are not present, so for this one, we will go into closed session to review. We are back on air. We're in session. Is there a motion?
Madam President,
Yes.
I so move that we accept the expulsion for ID 10000000666 for the school year of 25-26.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the recommendation for expulsion for student number 10000000666 for attendance in the North Florida School District for the 2025-2026 school year. There can be no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. So you will contact the student on their recommendations. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Madam President,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
so move that we adjourn.
Second.